Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The
program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. That's what we do. And we appreciate you guys being here to be a part of the show. However it is you take it in. Maybe you're here for the full 4 hours. Well, shout out to you. If that's the case, we certainly appreciate that. Or you're checking in between meetings. I mean, it's the end of the year. You're not really working anyway. Checking in between phone calls, emails, kids' appointments. Maybe on the phone yelling at the kids because they're off school and doing their nonsense. We're grateful you're hanging out with us however it is you do it. You missed any of the show, go catch our podcast over in Cecil, wherever you find pods, or DenverSports.com. And as always, we want to start the show the same way every day. The tribe is you plus us. Tribe roll call is who are you, where are you, what are you doing for a buck today? Now send that information into 2 different places. The RamosLaw.com text line's open and rolling, 303-713-1043. And then the same deal over on YouTube. All you got to do is get to youtube.com, search Denver Sports, subscribe while you're there, and then click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in just like that. We've got a ton to do today. It's Richie Carney sitting in for my man Cecil Lammy today. He's on assignment. What's up, Richie? How you doing?
What's up, Josh? I must
Wait,
say,
got to turn that on.
You got to turn it back on your radio. I thought I already did that. I'm doing good. I must say, though, this is a side of you that I don't think I've ever seen, because I don't think I've ever – you and I are about the same height.
Yeah.
But I've never sat at this vantage point where I feel like I'm so much smaller than you now because of the way Brandon Stokely takes care. I feel like I'm about to ask you for, like, uppies. We're the same height. Yeah, like, he stands up, he sits down. Half the time I sit in this chair, I'm, like, way up here. Now I'm way down here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you are very, like, I didn't notice it until you sat down. You are very low to the ground.
I am nipple to table right now, sitting here at the desk.
Well, Richie's going to sit in as Cease is on assignment. But like I said, we got a ton to do today, and we want to hear from you guys. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? Let us give you a shout out on the show and your company on the show here. Again, 303-713-1043. Well, Richie, you know what we got to start with today? The worst news that was last night for the Denver Nuggets. And Mike Evans was right. I didn't have a good time sleeping. I spent a lot of my time looking for doctors on the internet to tell me what the hell happened to the Serbian basketball god that is Nikola Jokic. And now we do have an official update. Shams has it. I'm looking at an email from the team. And it reads, Denver Nuggets center Nikola Jokic suffered a left knee hyperextension injury during last night's game at the Miami Heat. Jokic will be reevaluated, they love to do that, in 4 weeks, and updates will be provided when necessary. So the same thing that Shams reported, obviously getting it from a team official and personnel there. It is, now he's going to miss a month and possibly more because that's a reevaluation, but man, Richie, I know you thought it, I thought it, the tribe thought it, the world thought it, Nuggets Nation had it going through their heads. It was worst case scenario immediately because you just see him go down holding that knee, didn't get the replay of Spencer stepping on him, and how could you not think worst case scenario when you saw that?
Yeah, no, I have a prior knee injury in my own. I tore my
ACL, that's right. You've done
meniscus when I was in college. And the way that he immediately jumped back and went down. And then it wasn't until the replay, Josh, that when he was on the ground and they have that like baseline camera on him, and the way his leg was twitching while he was holding it, I'm like, there's a ligament there. I don't know if it's I was just like, I was having these horrible thoughts, and I tossed and turned. I was texting our buddy Jake Shapiro, like, what do you know? What's going on? I was scouring Twitter doctors and internet doctors.
Same, dude.
Just, what other profession other than the sports world, by the way, just has doctors online just like, I don't want to say
waiting for it.
I don't want to say randomly speculating because they're medical doctors, they're learned doctors, but it is kind of like they're watching a video and they're like, yep, that's clearly a grade 3 metatarsal, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait, what other line of work has that other than sports?
Well, the guy I watched last night has like, it's his full YouTube page. And he's got the knee broken down to every bone and ligament and everything that's in.
That thing loaded.
Way smarter than I am. I'm like, dude, this is unbelievable what he's showing us. He was optimistic about it. Maybe, helped me sleep a couple of hours last night with his optimism. But now they're going to be at this with 4 starters gone. Cecil and I talked about it yesterday, Richie. ESPN has their like estimated returns from injuries, and they have CB and AG at January 5th, which is 6 days from right now. So maybe in 6 days from now, you get 2 starters back, but then you're still without Cameron Johnson, and of course the stir, the drink, the straw that stirs the drink.
One of those things.
Something like that, is Nikola, and now he's out. I mean, basically until like the Super Bowl is what I guess.
What is this offense for the Nuggets even look like when it's not you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Jamal Murray is about to be asked to do so much, and I mean, what better time to ask him to shoulder a burden like this than a year where he's having career best marks at like the 6 most important metrics that basketball players are evaluated by, at least individually. But yeah, if you're talking about a month, the Nuggets are going to be without Jokic for almost 20 games of the season, right? I'm just looking at, I mean, they play tomorrow at Toronto. And then if you go from Wednesday, December 31st, a month would be like January 30th, 31st, February 1st. They play 19 or 20 games during that stretch. And I think that, I heard Mike Evans on the way out say, hey, listen, they avoided the major injury, which is true. Exhale, the prayer circles worked, all of it. That's all great. But I think a lot about the trajectory of the Nuggets season and the postseason like path that they're going to be looking at is going to be determined by a 20-game stretch here, and that's if he comes back on the first possible day of reevaluation.
Which even if that's the case, if he comes back that day, he's not playing 36 minutes.
No,
like he does and gets triple doubles. That's not going to happen. There's going to be a ramp-up, a warm-up period for him.
I mean, he could get a triple-double in like 16 minutes.
I guess that's true.
But the point is, I think that just like we've seen with these Christian Braun, Aaron Gordon updates, like that first possible date, it's always missing at least and then the length of time. So
that's
like
right.
4 weeks is if like every light is green and there's this miraculous recovery and he's ready to go right out of the gates, open them up, and we're back to Nuggets basketball. But I imagine it's going to be a little bit more than that, and it's one of those things, Josh, where we're looking at the Nuggets and the conversation shifts to look how well they've performed without their 2 best defensive starters and 2 of their key starters in general. But all of that was based on the fact that Jokic is still the sun that this planet orbits around.
Yeah, dude.
And Jamal Murray's having the best year of his career. And I just don't know how much you can ask of a team, even a team like the Nuggets, as deep as they've become over this offseason. I don't know how much you can ask them to do without 4 of their 5 starters, including the 3-time MVP.
Yeah. And look, I'm looking up the All-Star game. That's February 15th. So that puts us at like 6 weeks, 6.5, 7 weeks, if you were to wait until the All-Star break, which, if you're being reevaluated at about 4 weeks and the All-Star game is in 2 weeks from that point, and you go, we're not really comfortable quite yet. And here's the other thing. Now, Joker's a different species and a different breed, but most NBA players, and I've learned this from several former NBA players, said, hey, our league waits until we're 100% to play. That's not like football guys.
Right.
Football guys are out there doing it at 70% most of the year. Basketball players, they're 99 to 100%.
Well, look at what we went through with Jamal Murray coming back from
Exactly.
his ACL, right? It was like a 2-year recovery, 18-month recovery to get back from that injury against Golden State. But Josh, if we're talking about 6.5, 7 weeks, if we're pushing this thing to the All-Star break and knock on whatever wooden surface is nearest you, I think we're having a drastically different conversation about the Denver Nuggets at that point, knowing that AG and CB will come back before then and all that. But, man, I don't know that the Nuggets have the luxury that maybe the Oklahoma City Thunder have, where SGA can sit big portions of games or could probably miss time.
You're right.
And the Thunder could still roll. They played the first chunk of their season without J-Dub, Jalen Williams, and they didn't miss a beat. I just don't know.
They were without Chet last year for a bunch of time.
I don't know that the Nuggets have that luxury, despite the fact that they're as deep as they've been during this Jokic, prime run of the last half decade or so. So I am as many games as he can salvage coming back as quickly as he can without jeopardizing it. I'm all for it, because I think this was a push the chips into the center of the table year for the Nuggets, and this was like the one thing. This is like the dealer hitting blackjack that you needed to avoid.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can minimize it as much as they could.
Well, you said about 20 games. Dude, 10-10 would be incredible.
Unbelievable.
10-10 would be remarkable.
Down 4 starters?
They can do that, yeah. And although that's what we're saying, 500 would be out of this world if they could accomplish
there's
that
going to be some
over the
ugly
next 20
basketball.
games. Yes,
there's
it is.
Be some ugly basketball.
And it's not like they're in the JV that is the East. They're in the gauntlet that is the Western Conference. Oregon Trey wants to know. He calls you Sparty Carney, which I kind of like.
Yeah, a little rhyme there.
How long were you out when you tore your ACL, LCL, all that stuff?
So I did. It was about a traditional year. I was not on, and I was in college. I was in pretty good shape.
Okay, yeah, you're a young man.
But I was not on the Cam Akers 9-month kind of deal. It took me about a year to where I was ramping up to what I was doing before. But even then, I had to go do 2 rounds of physical therapy to get to where I am now. That was partially because I couldn't afford to keep paying for physical therapy appointments. My insurance right now.
That's when I broke my femur. I told them on my first visit, I'm like, this will be the last time you see me. Give me some stuff to do.
That's what I did. Yeah, I literally had my physical therapist write down exercises, and I had a $10 a month membership at Planet Fitness, and I would just do them at Planet Fitness by myself. But I did not do them very well, which is why I needed a second round with the dry needling and the shock therapy and all that stuff. And now I'm back to basically 100%, or as close to 100 as you could be. Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets are in much better care than I was in. I would anticipate that their recovery will go much more flawlessly.
All right, we'll continue that conversation. It's the big story of the day, and we'll be talking about it throughout the show. Tribe roll call, keep them coming. Didn't get to any of your texts here, but we'll do that throughout the first hour. Who are you? Where are you? And what you doing for a buck out there today? Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Any social media doctors out there in the tribe?
Yeah, right.
Let us know. Follow up. Now that we've had a night to sleep on it, let's get some more info.
Tribe helps tribe, right? So if you're a doctor, let us know what's happening with Nikola Jokic. We'll continue that conversation. We'll get caught up on the text line and the YouTube chat. But this time of the week, we go over our danger rankings. Who are the most dangerous teams in the NFL, and how many can really march to Santa Clara, win Super Bowl 60? We'll tell you, and where the Broncos land, coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship livestock. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Nikola Jokic down for 4 weeks minimum. Can they survive? We said it's about 20 games. Going 10-10 would be a miracle on earth if they can accomplish that.
Whatever fits your fake NBA agenda.
Yeah, right.
Over.
I love that guy. We got a texter every day that hates the NBA and says we're what's he call us, propaganda guys like that.
Oh gosh, yeah. The list of names is unbelievable if you scroll back.
He's fun to watch. He's fun to read.
NBA supremacists.
It makes my day, honestly, when I see that guy texting in.
I want to be that angry about stuff in life, though. You know what I mean? Like, I want to find something that I'm as angry about as that guy is about me.
That guy's life must be so perfect that he just has this. He complains only about basketball conversation on, heaven forbid, a sports talk radio station. Talk about the biggest athlete in this city's recent history going down, and that guy's upset that we mentioned it. Tough break, kid. I hope 2026 can be better for you and your family. God, that guy's awesome. All right, Cease is out. Richie is in. Carney in. Lammy out. We do danger rankings here. It was a Lammy idea. I loved it.
Yeah, I like it.
It's the boring old traditional power rankings. So we don't go like 1 through 32 or even 1 through 10. Really, it's kind of just who do you feel is dangerous enough that you could go, hey, if we get to February 8th and there's a Super Bowl going on, the two teams playing in it, you don't go, how the hell did we get here? What's gone on in this situation? So with that, Richie, I've had like 3 teams a couple of times. I've had like 7, 8 teams a couple of times. And now I'm at about 7 with some questions for you and the tribe as to, am I disrespecting these teams by not including them, and should I be respecting them more? So I'm going to go number 1, and even with the way that it looked last night, they've been there for a minute, man. I'm still going with the Los Angeles Rams. I'm still going with Matt Stafford. I don't care if he threw 3 interceptions last night. They're good, and they've done it. The coach and quarterback combo is the only one left that's had the success that those two have had. So the Rams, they're going to be number 1 for me. And for the first time this year, with the danger rankings, Richie, I'm going back-to-back NFC teams.
Ooh.
I'm actually giving the respect to the Seattle Seahawks that I have not been throughout this season. So I go LA, Seattle, 1 and 2. You think I'm wrong so far?
No, I definitely don't think you're wrong on LA. And I saw so many people, including our guy Mike Kliss, I'm pretty sure, tweeted out, yeah, move all those MVP votes from Stafford over to Drake May after it was going on.
Yeah.
I just disagree with that. I think that you're going to have late regular season games, or just regular season games in general, that don't always go your way. That's a good defense. That is an elite quarterback and one of the best offensive minds in football, with weapons like Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Kyron Williams. That is a team that I don't think anybody wants to face. Now, I've gone on record and said I don't think there's a team in the entire NFL postseason that the Broncos, in my opinion, can't beat.
Sure.
But that's the one that would probably make me the most nervous in a matchup if that's what happens in Super Bowl 60 is Broncos-Rams. It's not impossible, but I would like to face somebody else as a Broncos fan.
If you got to pick, right?
Yeah.
Well, and then with the Drake May thing, I told Cecil yesterday, I'm like, I think it's hilarious that the NFL world, like the generalization of the fans that are NFL football fans, everybody, you see what Drake May did? 5 touchdowns. They pulled him in the third quarter. Dude, that guy's unbelievable. Against the Jets. Nobody wants to mention that part, against the Jets. But then anytime you want to talk about Bo Nix with the general public, they go, well, yeah, but I mean, it was happening last night. It was all over Twitter. Kliss did it too, of like, look at the quarterbacks they haven't had to play. Well, why do you praise Drake May for beating up on JV teams and then take credit away from Bo Nix for doing the same thing? But nonetheless. All right, so now I get to AFC teams, and it's not the Denver Broncos. It is those New England Patriots with Drake May, with what they have done over the last, 13, 14 weeks and who they have become. So I go L.A., Seattle, New England. Now, to your point, Richie, I agree with you. Because I have those 3 teams in front of the Denver Broncos, it's not like I'm shaking in my boots if those 2 were to share the gridiron on a certain Sunday this January or perhaps February. I think the Broncos could hold their own. And then they're right behind the New England Patriots. This is then where I find the Denver Broncos. I actually go Denver, Houston, Jacksonville. And having Jacksonville on the back end there with a couple of wins against teams in front of them, I know folks may be going, what's going on, wondering what's going on there. But they're still the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's still Trevor Lawrence. He's been the hottest quarterback maybe outside of Drake May over the last 5 or 6 weeks. But I have a hard time believing in the Jacksonville Jaguars as Super Bowl contenders.
Yep. No, I think that's fair. My rankings featured a lot of similar teams as I just kind of like drew them out here. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anybody. But I think there's a lot of fair points there. I went Rams number 1 as well.
Okay.
I actually went Patriots number 2.
Really?
Yeah, because listen,
over Seattle. Sam and Seattle less than what Drake May's doing.
Yeah,
with
and
the
I think
Patriots.
it's an interesting juxtaposition because an argument against Sam Darnold is he turns back into a pumpkin in the postseason.
You're right.
Right? He is this weird anomaly of he's one of 5, I think, quarterbacks to go 13 wins in back-to-back seasons, and I think he's the only one that did it with 2 different teams, which is crazy. But I've seen the script play out with that way with Sam Darnold before, and it was pretty epic the way that it crumbled. The Patriots have less wins against teams above 500 than the New York Giants, who are a very strong contender to pick number 1 overall in the NFL draft. But, Josh, I'm not going to let quirky stats and numbers and things like that detract too much from what I'm just allowing my eyes to see. which is the Patriots are a good football team. Drake May is playing exceptionally well.
Yep.
In fact, if Matthew Stafford wasn't Matthew Stafford, Drake May probably would be a lock for MVP. It's a conversation, right? They're kind of, I mean, as early as a couple weeks ago, I think May was an odds-on favorite to win it within the last month. But I believe that the Patriots are a dangerous team, and I'm not going to, until given a reason to do so, like Sam Darnold gave us last postseason, take that away from them. I went Seahawks number 3, though.
Okay.
So it was right there.
Okay.
If you told me to interchange them and fought me on it,
I don't think there's a big
that's
argument
reasonable.
for there.
I went Broncos number 4,
Okay.
and I struggled with that because I try to be as objective as possible. I truly do, even though I'm a Broncos fan.
Sure.
But, man, I had a conversation with James Palmer yesterday, and I just said, I've kind of just thrown my hands up. You can't be a 13-win. You can't be a bad 13-win team in the NFL.
You don't get
can't.
13 fluke wins.
No, and you don't do it 11 times in a row.
Right.
It hasn't been pretty. It hasn't been the way that we thought maybe it would manifest. But they've won. They've won ugly. They've won pretty. There have been these weird in-betweens. They've had miraculous comebacks. They have this grit and resolve and this mentality about them that's really that never say die and all those other cliches that you want to say. And when it's do or die time, you either have that in the base of your gut or you don't. And the Broncos have it.
Yeah.
Defense has been a little leakier than I would like in December. Offense has maybe not been as sharp as they have been at other points of the season, especially against like a third-string quarterback here and there. But I still think this Broncos team absolutely can win a Super Bowl. I went Texans number 5.
Okay, so we go 4 and 5, the same.
I went Texans number 5, and I think a lot of people are just sleeping on the Texans. Maybe not as much as they're sleeping on Liam Cohen and the Jags with what they've kind of been cooking up. But the way that this Texans team started their first month of the season, similar to how the Broncos did, and what they've turned around now, and Josh, as much as I give all due credit and respect to Vance Joseph and the Broncos defense, I think the Texans have the best defense in the NFL right now.
Their red zone is unbelievable.
And it is a defense that I think can lock down postseason caliber competition, even if they've got to win an extra game like the Broncos may put themselves in a position to not have to. That's a defense that can travel. That's a defense that can keep an offense with C.J. Stroud enough in a game to be able to make it anybody's ball game.
You're right. I do want to get to the ones that aren't up there on my list that maybe I think I'm There's 4 teams that I have in mind, and I think one I need to respect, and the other 3 I'm not so sure. I want to run that by you. Coming up at about noon, we'll get back into that conversation.
Love it.
Real quick, Johnny from Section 504, he writes, "Go Broncos for Tribe Roll Call." Those are the real people up there, Johnny. Says, "Tribe check-in. I'm driving adults with developmental disabilities to their doctor's appointments and advocating for them. Tribe up." Johnny, Section 504.
That's awesome,
That is
man.
sweet, dude. Johnny, we appreciate you doing that. I know they appreciate you doing that. Their families certainly appreciate you doing that. That's a cool move to make. Somebody in my neighborhood actually does that. They have the van in their driveway.
Yeah.
And I can see them when I'm walking my wiener dog every morning. They're getting ready
I thought
to
you were making a euphemism.
run
there.
their business through the day. So Johnny, crushing it out there. Absolutely appreciate that. Joe in Longmont checking in. Love the Tribe. You guys are the best. Joe, you're the best. We appreciate that. Tribe Roll Call. This is a texter concerned about the Avalanche. Excited for the show, but the Avs power play needs to be fixed now. They write it in caps, so I said it like that. Well, you're absolutely right. And we should talk about that. We'll do that. Plus, we got our answer as to how Harbaugh's going to handle Week 18 with not a lot on the line for the Chargers. We'll tell you what that was and talk about that Avs power play problem. Power play problem. I'm Barbara Walters. This is coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions. Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible? Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2. The testosterone booster? Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results. I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week. Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text CAR to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's CAR to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the Ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I want to talk about the decision Jim Harbaugh made. And it was a conversation that we had on the show yesterday. Cecil and I both said, yeah, we probably wouldn't run out any of our starters either if we were Jim Harbaugh. It's Richie Carney who's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. He's on assignment. We'll be back tomorrow with the Tribe. And we both agreed that that would be the right move. If we were Harbaugh, we'd shut it down. You can get the 5 seed, but 6-5 seed, is it really that much of a difference? And I would prioritize health. That's exactly what Coach Harbaugh has decided. A tweet from Adam Schefter yesterday afternoon reads, Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh told reporters that quarterback Justin Herbert will not start Sunday versus Denver, and then some more decisions will be made throughout the week with the rest of his starters. So it'll be a Trey Lance game. Richie, I know the Broncos still have everything that they want in front of them on the line with the number 1 overall seed, so they're going to go out and treat this thing like a regular football game. Here's my question to you, actually a two-parter. Do you agree with Harbaugh's decision? And then secondly, Cecil and I disagreed last week on something. Style points was that something. I wanted him versus third-string quarterback in Kansas City and a farewell tour to Travis Kelce. I didn't get them, but they won, and they remained healthy, so I didn't dig my heels in. Here we go again a couple of days later, knowing you're going to go against the bust that is Trey Lance and a backup group of Los Angeles Chargers at home. I want it again. I want some more style points. I didn't get it last week, and I was disappointed. Not enough to berate the team or belittle what their performance was. But now I'm going to get this game against backups, then have to wait a week and get ready for their toughest opponent matchup yet in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Give me some style points. Make me feel good about that second round playoff matchup.
Two questions there. One, do I agree with Jim Harbaugh's decision? I think I do ultimately, because you could make the standings argument, right? If you are, would you rather play the New England Patriots in the first round or the winner of the Steelers-Ravens matchup?
You probably want the Steelers-Ravens
matchup, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say that I would significantly want one of those two very flawed teams over the New England Patriots the way that they've been playing. And I know the record above 500, blah, 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 whatever. But the Chargers are so beat up, Josh. I mean, Justin Herbert is out there playing hurt. He's had no tackle support for the entirety of the season. Their first-round draft pick at running back, Omarion Hampton, who I thought was going to be a Denver Bronco, has been missing for a good chunk of the season, as has Kamani Vidal and Haskins and all their backups. And they are just banged up like not a lot of other teams in the AFC, and it's been that way for the majority of the season. You know, there's people out there that are like, God, imagine how good Justin Herbert would be if he had some help. It's like, what do you mean? He's got 2 first-round offensive tackles, a first-round running back, first-round wide receiver in Ladd McConkey. He's got all this. The problem is they're all hurt half the time, so they're not there to contribute. If I was Jim Harbaugh, I would be a cheater. But outside of that,
That's a good line.
What I would do is just say, hey, would I rather play the Steelers or the Ravens? Yeah, sure. But I've got Justin Herbert, who I think is a top 5 guy when healthy, and when we're clicking, I think we can beat anybody, including the New England Patriots. Let's take the extra week, let's game plan it, and let's go. So I agree with the logic behind Harbaugh's decision. Second question, style points.
You want those?
I want them, but I don't think they matter. And
Really?
I want them to matter so bad. No, this is so frustrating to me.
I think they matter.
Josh, it's so frustrating to me because the Broncos are proving that narrative, in my eyes, wrong. Like the way I phrased it to James Palmer yesterday was, I think that the Broncos are doing significant work to like change beauty standards in the NFL. Like they are normalizing a different kind of pretty. Yeah. It's not aesthetically pleasing.
You're like, no, she's pretty without makeup.
Yes.
It's all right.
Yes, the Broncos haven't worn makeup all year, okay? It's been sweatpants, hair tied all year. But it's working. They're the number 1 seed right now, and if they clinch it, if they win against a team who's going to rest their starters, they'll clinch it and put themselves 2 home playoff games away from a reunion Super Bowl appearance in Santa Clara. So, do I want them? Yeah, I think they should have blown the doors off of the Chiefs starting their third-string quarterback, despite the fact that Steve Spagnuolo is a great defensive coordinator and all of that. I think they should have blown the doors off of the Raiders on Thursday Night Football, who were just a crap team overall, despite not being all that injured. And I think they should win by double digits. I think the spread is trickling in that direction if it's not already there, and especially will be now after this announcement. But Josh, if they go out there and they win 17 to 10, it's still a win and they still accomplish everything. I want style points to matter because it logically makes sense to me. But the Broncos are challenging that logic, and I've kind of, as I told you last segment or whatever it was 2 segments ago, I'm kind of just throwing my hands up. In Sean, I trust. Yeah. In this Broncos team, I trust until they prove it wrong or they give me a reason not to. And so far, they've only had 3 times where it didn't work, and 2 of them were walk-offs in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Right. By the way, that number's 12.5 now with the Herbert news. And if you're right, when they get more news about starters, that thing could be to 17 by the time we get to kickoff.
I still might take it.
Yeah.
I still might take it. Now, the only thing that could be weird, because I'm having visions of Carson Wentz and the Chiefs last year, is Trey Lance is just kind of weird like that. You know, not that he could go out and win, God forbid, but he just still feels like, would it stun you if like you're watching that game and it's halftime and he's got a couple of touchdown passes and it's like, okay, this is frustrating. Yeah. But like, it's not like impossible. Where did this come from?
Yeah. I mean, I want to know from the tribe. You guys break the tie because Richie wants it. It's not a necessity. I don't want to say that it's a necessity. You know what? I'm actually going to change that. I do want it. It's a necessity for me.
Yeah,
it's a necessity.
I in my soul, I agree with you. But I'm just saying the Broncos have kind of just proven to me that maybe I'm wrong and that it doesn't matter. And I'm trying not to resist an overwhelming amount of evidence over 16 weeks of an NFL season that shows the Broncos haven't had style points in almost any win, and they're the best team in the AFC right now.
And would I get to the divisional round if they end up getting a bye and go, well, they didn't give me the style points, so they're going to lose? No, I wouldn't feel like that because what I've been saying about how this whole schedule has looked, I love your analogy, hair tie and sweatpants. That's what this season has been. The Broncos are the no makeup, hair tie and sweatpants lady. The lady, and, that gets the job done. But
by the way, if your lady's hair tied and sweatpants and she's still the one, that's the one.
You figured it out.
You figured
That's
it out.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
But what they've done with this season and the way they've played of having to get comebacks and they've got 10 one-score wins and that's not sustainable. How are they going to get, have success in the postseason? You know what the postseason is, Richie? One-score games, tight. Sometimes you got to come back down double digits. So they have done all that. Yeah. All I'm saying is one texter writes, what's the benefit of winning 31-7? Is that a real question? Are you kidding me with that? The benefit is confidence. Have you ever beaten someone's ass? Right? And have you ever got your ass beat?
The benefit is
what's the difference?
It also is a mentality of the team that's going to be lining up across from you when you do line up and play, even if it's after a first round bye. If the Broncos win 10-7, like they did on Thursday Night Football or whatever that was against the Raiders, if they squeak by, let's say it's 17-16, right, on a Will Lutz walk-off against the Chargers in Week 18. The Broncos are still going to have a first-round bye, and then they're going to end up with the seeding format. You think whatever that team is, let's say it's the Houston Texans, who I already said I believe have the best defense in the NFL right now. You think that the Houston Texans are going to be shaking in their boots after a 17-16?
No.
They're going to have due respect and proper thing, but D'Amico Ryans and company are going to be sitting in their meeting rooms going, is there a more gettable one seed in NFL history than this Denver Broncos?
Don't we do it all the time?
31-7 doesn't do that as much.
NBA and NHL, you go, fight for seeding. You want this matchup in the first round. You want to avoid this matchup. You know what the rest of the NFL world is going to see if you don't have style points this week? They're going to say, give us that number one seed because they're beatable, and they're very beatable. And I don't want that to be the team I root for.
And then the Broncos are going to win anyways. It's like
you might be right
they're
about
proving
that.
them wrong, man.
They're
They're changing beauty standards.
Our guy Rick in Littleton checking in, delivering packages all over Colorado. Listen to the best sports talk show in America, guzzling Mountain Dew all day. Let's go, Rick. Just found out I need a knee replacement, but I'm more worried about Joker's knee. Rick, that's because you're a great fellow right there. We hope the best for you and your knee, and the best for Joker in his knee. That he does have about 4 weeks. That's the word today, a hyperextension, and he's going to be reevaluated in about 4 weeks. Love seeing the texts. Keep them coming. Break the tie. Do you want style points? Does it matter at all? 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. You can hit us up right there. Oh, I got to give a shout out to my bros over at Hometown Tire Pros and Service. Went in there yesterday to get new tires on the truck, and they're just blaring the fan. Cruising in the lobby, hanging out with the guys. Troy owns it. His son works there. Huge Broncos fans. He did tell me, he's like, yeah, man, dumb luck. Our shop is by the Broncos facility where we go for training camp. And he said, I didn't plan this, just dumb luck. And now every time a Bronco player gets a flat, they just Google tire store, and I'm the first one to pop up. So I get all the business from the Bronco
Search
guy.
engine optimization strikes again.
Nice work out there.
I love that, though. When I walk into an establishment and I hear the station, I hear you guys or whatever, I just shake my head. I'm like, hell yeah.
They're like, bro, they're in the crew.
It's like you said, there's like that skit. It's like somebody put together a book of just things that like make guys go, hell yeah, dude. And like that's one of hell yeah, dude. I'm like, certified ball knower.
That's right.
Right there.
Right. So shout out to him and got my truck all hooked up over there as well. So shout out to you guys and appreciate it. All right, let's get to our Inside the Internet segment. We got to do a couple of things, Richie, but we also have to talk about something I just learned about you. Fantasy football punishments. You've created this one, and now you have to live it.
It isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Details coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Toyotathon is on at Corwin Toyota. Save big when you lease a new 2025 Tacoma SR5 for just $369 down and $369 a month, or drive off in a new 2025 RAV4 XLE for as little as $399 down and $399 a month. Unwrap your holiday savings during the Toyotathon sales event. Visit us off Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded, and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit cakehome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand-select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters, life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
What is going down inside the internet? Well, we got to get to Richie Carney's fantasy football punishment in just a second. We will do that, but I want to start at DenverSports.com, where I'm looking at an article written by our buddy Jake Shapiro, and it's about the replacement for Rick George. He is out as AD up there for CU. He's going to transition into a different role, and they now have their new guy, Fernando Lovo, from the University of New Mexico. So a Lobo getting stolen. And Lovo,
the Lobo,
is going to come and be a Buffalo now. The statement from CSU Chancellor Justin Schwartz is, quote, "When we began our national search for a new director of athletics, we sought someone of high character, committed to the student-athlete experience, who has an innovative approach to revenue generation." Key term right there. Fernando is a dynamic leader who is perfect for these dynamic times and embodies CU's high standards and values. He has a proven track record of leading student-athletes to success both in competition and in the classroom, and I'm confident that he is the perfect steward to lead CU athletics into this new era of college athletics. We're thrilled to welcome Fernando, Jordan, Liam, and Layla to the Buffalo family, end quote there from the Chancellor. So what do we know about Fernando Lovo? Well, he has led New Mexico to the most Mountain West titles they've had all year. This year, 6 of those things. He had generated a ton of money for those athletic departments. And like I said, that's the key term there. Mm-hmm. He needs to develop money. We know how bad they were this fiscal year in finances. Well, what Fernando has done there in New Mexico has not only allowed them to win a couple of handfuls of Mountain West championships across sports, they've also generated a bunch of money. And they have got the most donations from their booster clubs ever under Fernando Lova. This thing is all about generating money, creating revenue so that they can pay prime and they can continue to get football players through the transfer portal via cash. And Fernando Lovo now has that job all on his plate.
I'm fascinated by this hire. I think this is going to be so interesting to watch. And there's so many different dynamics at play. One, you mentioned his revenue generation ability. You know, reading up on it a little bit, I did read that the under Lovo, he generated record-setting donations from alumni and the community in like consecutive seasons, beating his own records.
He went up almost 18% from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. Yeah. While the Buffaloes in that same time frame lost $27 million, he went up 17.6%.
And listen, he's 37 years old. I think he's 37.
Is that true?
I think he's 37 years old. Which is fascinating to me because
what the hell am I doing with my life?
Right? to be in the position that he's in, which, by the way, he still had 4 years left on his contract at UNM. 3 years, 11 months. Now he's doubling his salary, essentially, which certainly helps you kind of make those things. And I think Colorado's going to pay like $800,000 into a buyout to UNM.
He is 37, by the way. He just turned 37.
But, Josh, I'll tell you this. You don't get to where Fernando Lovo is at 37 years old in the world of college athletics unless you can crack a few skulls and you've skipped a couple of rungs on the ladder to get there, which takes a very specific type of person and personality, and one that I think Colorado could actually very, very much need with their current dynamic at play. The other thing is, I don't think Fernando Lovo, given who he profiles to be and the meteoric rise that he's on, takes this job if it comes with, but Coach Prime really calls the shots.
Right.
I think that's the interesting thing is I don't think this guy answers to Coach Prime or kind of bends to the will that Rick George did to a certain degree, and some of it was by design and whatever. But I think it's going to be fascinating to see how in sync and on the same page those guys are and how much potential revenue generation rests on that dynamic.
That's a great point. And you wonder, all right, if Lobo's really this good and about all this, and I heard the Drive talking about it yesterday, like, well, if he gets poached by a Big Ten team, I'm like, hey, take it easy. He hasn't even started yet. His first day's on Thursday. And we're already talking about him getting poached by a Big Ten team, as we both wear Big Ten shirts.
But again, Josh, he had 3 years and 11 months remaining on his contract at UNM.
Mm-hmm.
So to think that what just happened to UNM couldn't also happen to Colorado if another school comes calling, it's not naive to say that it could happen. Now, he's making $1.2 million a year.
Yeah.
So that's not a sum of money that I think, even in the world of college athletics, where somebody might go, yeah, I think I need to double that again.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If you like the situation and the dynamic that you're in, I should say.
Yeah, you're right. But, I mean, if he's really this good and can change things with quickness, like he did in New Mexico, I mean, it should turn it around quick. It should get the football program winning again. Then you have less questions about Prime. You go, hey, that $10 million is okay because you're actually winning. All of that rests on the shoulders of Fernando Lobo. But he seems to be an up-and-coming, a riser in this world of athletics and having to generate your own revenue for a college. So it feels like they've got the right guy. Now he just has to go out and prove it. So we'll see if he actually gets there.
Yeah, he feels like just what the doctor ordered in a lot of ways, to be honest. And I think that the way that he is going to step into the dynamic here with how things kind of shot out of a cannon with Coach Prime and then fell back to earth, it's a situation I don't think is super enviable to inherit on the surface, but I think there's a lot of revenue and money to be made up in Boulder. It's just about maximizing it and also putting together a product on the field that helps spur it along.
You're right.
Those two things go hand in hand.
You're right.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
All right, I gotta know about this real quick. You've lost your fantasy league, which again, in what we do for a living, you never want to be last.
Gosh, this was a bad year for me, and my team is good. Like when I look at it on paper on draft night, I was like, oh, this team.
Your standings suggest otherwise.
I may never lose, dude. I went 4-10.
Oh, Richie!
And I've never finished in last place in my life. I've been playing fantasy football not since Cecil Lammy, but since 2009, right?
Yeah.
When Cecil started collecting VHS tapes.
Yeah.
And I've never come in last place. And so when the concept of punishments comes out in my league, and I've been in a league. I used to work for a fine dining establishment right down the road, a restaurant, and I joined that league back in like 2017. And the rule was, because restaurants goes in and out, right?
There's so many employees,
So if you win the league, you're always grandfathered in to get invited back if you want to. So I won the league like my second year there. And even though I haven't worked there in a significant length of time, I still have friends there, and I always get invited back. So I play with them. I've won it a couple of times. And this year, I bottomed out. And like it was like bad.
Yeah.
And so when it came to the punishments, to give you an example, the past year's punishments that are getting paid off because this one guy's been slow rolling it, he has to eat a Carolina Reaper pepper.
Oh my God!
He has to eat a Carolina Reaper pepper at a local dive bar that we used to frequent.
Really?
And he's not allowed to have any water or food for X amount of minutes.
Okay.
And then he lost 2 years in a row, came in last place.
Wow.
So the second punishment is he has to go to an establishment like an Olive Garden or like something like that, and he has to eat a plate of lasagna dressed like Garfield.
That's pretty good too. That's pretty good.
So when we're talking about punishments for this year, my buddy, the commissioner, was asking me my thoughts on this stuff, and I was like, you know what? I think it'd be funny because I saw this on freaking TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Is we should get a dog shock collar.
Yeah.
And that person should have to wear it and then make a drive-through order at a fast food place while the person in the passenger seat controls the shocking.
Is that like the winner of the league or just a rando?
Probably the winner of the league, we should say.
Yeah.
But a rando, whatever, just controls it, and you've got to get through the order in the car. And dude, if you see these videos on TikTok or on Instagram, it is so funny. Like, can I get a you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, and it's just because you don't know when it's coming, and it just compounds. And I was like, that would be so funny. I'm imagining me getting to do it to somebody else, and then when the standings came out and I saw it, I was like, oh no. Because they're like, what was the punishment this year again? And it was like, they started bringing it up in the group chat, and I was like, what have I done? What? Thank God I didn't recommend like a tattoo or something embarrassing.
Yeah.
Right? Because I always did that. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to come in last. I might not win, but I'm not going to come in last. Well, Judgment Day hath come.
Yeah.
And now the consequences of my actions have caught up with me, and I may have to make an order at a drive-thru wearing a dog shock collar and have it filmed.
I know you probably don't want to share it publicly, but if there's video, can I at least see it?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll
see
probably post it. If it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Depending on if it's funny, I'll post it. But yeah, no, I'm already like thinking about it. I'm getting like tense in my neck.
Oh, like, that's a good one.
Because it's just like I've done the dog shock collar thing before. Like you put it on your arm or your hand.
I've gotten stun gunned, but I never did a shock collar.
And it's like it like makes your muscles tense up and you're kind of limp or whatever. So I'm just imagining that like on my vocal cord, like my esophagus, just like I'm gonna hyperventilate.
Also, you do a daily show.
Yeah,
you might need your voice.
Exactly. I'm also thinking about like a knee-jerk reaction. Like, am I going to crash the car into the restaurant?
Oh, it's good. If you got any strange fantasy football punishments, share those as well, because that's one I really, really enjoy. All right, hour one done. Let's get to quarter number two. I want to get back to some Broncos conversation. Sean Payton was loud last summer about his team going to and winning a Super Bowl sooner rather than later. So now that the number one seed's right in front of him, he's got that same energy, those same vibes about his squad. We'll find out from him next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Soon, if not already, businesses throughout the world will draft their mission statements. These complicated documents, filled with legal jargon and mysterious words, define corporate goals and objectives. We do that, but ours is different. This is Glenn Jameron, President of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Our mission boils down to 2 simple words. If we dedicate ourselves to these 2 words, everything else will follow. What are they? Be kind. The English language contains hundreds of thousands of words, but at Alpine Bank, 2 are all we need. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket ahead of the holidays. That's possible when you call American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and credit card rates are insane, in the 20s or even 30s. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt with rates in the low 5s. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and save money every month, all without upfront fees. Their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise without having to change jobs. Call now before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
As the year winds down, Groove Toyota is here to help you gear up for what's next. Lock in 1.99% APR for up to 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash on the new 2025 Toyota Tacoma SR5. With Toyotathon in full swing, Groove Toyota has 0 down lease options on top models, making this the easiest time of the year to upgrade. Finish the year strong with Groove Toyota on Broadway in Inglewood or at GrooveToyota.com.
Offer expires 1/5/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
for Cecil Lammy today. He's on assignment. He'll be back with the Tribe coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow on a New Year's Eve edition of the program. You want to be a part of the show? We'd love to hear from you. Always welcoming Tribe roll call text. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Our chance to give you and your company a shout out on the show. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Again, put your name on the end of all those texts or over on the YouTube stream. You can go to Denver Sports YouTube page, click subscribe for us while you're there, and then that Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that. Watching the show, hanging out in the chat room, making friends with everybody over there. Dave, Russell, Cody, see you guys over there. Jason, keep it up. Appreciate you guys riding with us via YouTube, the radio, podcast, however it is you do it. Thanks for that. Turn this whole thing around for us here on the show. We're going to get back to the big news of the day coming up around 11:30. The Joker injury, a hyperextension of his right knee. He's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks for a more clear timeline, and we'll dive deep into that at 11:30. But I want to talk about Sean Payton, Richie, and all the things he had to say preseason, and Bo being a top 5 quarterback, and the team being one of 7 that he's ever coached that he believes can go on and win a Super Bowl. So he had that throughout the entire season. They played in the games they played in. They looked the way that they looked. And now they're in a position to be the number 1 overall seed. How do you feel about Sean's preseason comments now that we're at 13 wins and a game away from the number 1 overall seed?
I love it. I think it's been maybe my favorite quality about Sean Payton, other than the fact that he's just a proven winner, is that, boy, does he talk a lot of talk. He has never ducked any smoke. He has not been afraid to put himself out on a ledge, get out over his skis, have a double latte moment with every journalist nationally, of course, that comes into town. But I'll be damned, Josh, if he doesn't back up the majority of it. And that's what's made me come to respect Sean Payton in a way that I wasn't able to before he came to Denver, right, when he was in New Orleans, because you're just not as close to it. But I had this conversation with Zach Bye. I've had it with others. I mean, has he said some things that made us roll our eyes or that he didn't have to say? Nobody made him stand in front of a microphone, you know, and say that he thinks this is the 7th team he's ever coached that can win a Super Bowl. Bo Nix, he believes, is going to be a top 4 or 5 guy in the next handful of years. Nobody made him do that. but he believed and felt so strongly in it based on how well he knows himself and his team. And Josh, at the time, there was some laughing, even if it was like a Sean kind of laugh.
No, you're right, dude.
There was like a notion of like, here we go again. That's just Sean Payton. That's who he is. And there was like a negative connotation. Well, damn, Josh, they're 13-3, and they're about to, with a win over a backup Chargers team, clinch the number 1 seed in the AFC. No team in the American Football Conference did it better than them. And to me, that adds some validity and some credibility to it. And so I think it was a huge validating season for Sean Payton, for Bo Nix, for the Broncos as an organization to kind of reaffirm and reestablish that they're back, right? And we're back, VJ. We had a fun poll question that went out earlier this week on our YouTube channel and some other places about like who's most responsible.
I like that. We're actually going to do that at 11:45 because that was awesome.
Yeah. So you can kind of parse and split hairs that way. But I like Sean. I liked it at the time because that's just who Sean Payton is. But I love it now that he backed it up. He walked the walk.
Well, I will say this, that I agree with what you had to say. When he says it initially, it's a little like, whoa. There's a lot of expectations and pressure that aren't really necessary for your team. But then I think about like, dude, when you can close off your world, right, of what we do for a living, or when you go home and you're with your family and your kids and your father and all the things that all of us do in our different walks of life. Dude, when you have, like they have down there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, you have your 53-man roster, your handfuls of coaches, general managers, scouts, the owners, all that stuff, practice squad. I mean, there's 300, 400 people that make the Broncos go day in and day out. When you can kind of cut the rest of the world off and only worry about the people in your four walls, your work walls, your home walls, whatever that is, that's actually a pretty sweet situation to be in. And then when you have a guy like Sean that goes, the things that I say and do only matter to these people here inside. And anything that anybody else says, thinks, critiques, comments on doesn't even matter. That's actually a really, really sweet place to be in life. Like, here's what we do, and nothing else matters. So that part of it, like, I can respect. I want that. I think we have a little bit of that here, right? We do what we do. Nothing else matters. I think that's really cool. So I can respect Sean for that. But then there's the other folks that do have to evaluate, critique, and comment on things that they're doing, and it did sound and look a little distasteful at the time.
Look at the way that this Broncos locker room has changed in the last couple of seasons, but really in a microwave fashion this season.
Yeah.
They're not scared of anybody. They're not worried about people who doubt or detract from what they've been able to do. They were vocal about it a handful of weeks ago. You had Garrett Bowles and Alex Singleton and Cortland Sutton and those guys being like, oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. What if we won 11 games in a row? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Keep doubting us, all that stuff. I guess, you don't use your eyes. And they've had moments like that. But, Josh, they don't care. They know and believe that they're a damn good football team. And you would have to really try to pull the wool over my eyes to say that faith and the belief that they have in themselves isn't instilled by the fact that their head coach, who gets up in front of the microphone and takes the slings and arrows, good or bad, for them, didn't even wait for them to play a game to say, these guys are legit.
Yeah.
And I see it now, but you're going to see it.
Well, he said all that to start the season. Now that, as Richie just laid out, they got 13 wins and the number 1 seed right in front of him. How does he feel about that Super Bowl statement? Find out next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Paul's and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship livestock. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
This is Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Hall of Famer, wishing you happy holidays from my friends at Colorado Credit Union. The holidays are all about family, giving, and looking ahead to a great new year. And just like a great team, Colorado Credit Union is here to support you, whether it's saving for holiday gifts, planning for the future, or just making life a little easier. From everyone at Colorado Credit Union, season's greetings and have a happy and healthy 2026. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to hear from Sean Payton about the Super Bowl claims from earlier in the year and how we feel about them now. Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy today, who's on assignment, and we've stumbled upon fantasy football punishments thanks to Richie's. So if you've got any unique, strange ones you've seen or had to do, we'd love to hear from you on those. Share them with us on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. We'll get to a few of those on the back end of this segment here, Richie. Here is what Sean Payton had to say. He's confident after saying his team can win a Super Bowl earlier this year.
it was in a question relative to what I saw early on from this team. And I've coached a number of teams that I had a tremendous amount of confidence in. And I thought it was important that these guys understood, like, that topic can be comfortable to talk about and it's okay to talk about. Then that went on to, run away with, this is what he thinks. It was basically, hey, these are our goals, and this team is a team that has the wherewithal to achieve these things. Now, every year there are a number of teams that do, and it's a difficult task. So we put ourselves in this position, and we've still got a lot of things we have to improve on.
All right, I actually like that response and that answer. I will say, at the beginning there, he's kind of trying to tell you, like, I didn't just say that. It was a question that was asked to me. It's not that crazy to think you would say something like that because 12 months prior, without a question being asked, in fact, you started the interview with USA Today guy, Jarrett Bell, right? He said, before we start, can I tell you, I'm going to be pissed off if we don't make the playoffs.
Yep.
So, like, dude, you can't – I know what he was trying to do there.
Yeah, it's posturing, but, like, to say what he's saying there is implying that was, like, the only logical way he could have answered that question. And it's just not. It's just not. Like, we can be upfront about it. You took a little extra sauce on that pasta.
And that's what he likes to do. And that's – honestly,
it's what makes him him.
Exactly. That's the appeal of a Sean Payton. He's kind of a Richard. He's in-your-face kind of a dude. And when it's going right, I don't know that there's much better than that. When it's going wrong, he comes off as narcissistic and ego-driven. But when it's right, and it's right now, it's the fit is there.
Yeah, and that's what's made me develop a greater level of respect for Sean Payton over these last 3 years. I mean, look at how bad things were with Nathaniel Hackett, and look at how bad Russell Wilson was with Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
Look how much better things were compared to Nathaniel Hackett with Sean Payton from a coaching perspective, and look how much better Russell Wilson played. I mean, they almost broke the streak of losing seasons with Russ, who might not even be playing football after this year. And then he, calls his shot with a guy like Bo Nix, takes the sixth quarterback off a board, and look where they've become in just a season and 3 quarters, basically, at this point, or almost 2 seasons now, and how much it has completely flipped the conversation, the mindset, and the direction of the Denver Broncos from pretty far south to straight vertical north.
Yeah. It's, again, now that he's sitting here, those comments don't seem as distasteful and like, oh, what the hell are you doing? And he still feels pretty confident about where they are. All right. Sean Payton also asked yesterday on his conference call about this number 1 overall seed, a chance for the Denver Broncos to not have to leave the Mile High City again until that weekend of February 8th, where they could go to Santa Clara and play for the Super Bowl. Coach, how important is home field in the postseason?
Historically speaking, it's extremely important. Every study would show you, and there's a number of reasons for that. These games are 3 hours long. The first reason would be you skip a game in which you're at risk to not play well, or an opponent all of a sudden have a great game. You skip the threat of potentially losing a game, if that makes any sense. And so you skip right to the next round, and then that be able to play in front of our fans with the crowd noise, the atmosphere. I don't know, it's been a while since they've hosted a playoff game. Certainly it's a fan base that deserves that opportunity, and I get excited for them, and I get excited for our team. So, man, all of it's important. And having been through this, like 9-10 other times, you've seen it all, and you recognize how important it is. The challenge of winning playoff games on the road, and how much more difficult that is as opposed to trying to win them at home.
All right, all that makes sense. Can I nitpick one little thing?
Absolutely, it's your right.
That's true. My name's on the marquee, right?
That's right.
I'm excited for them, he said. That's us. It's us. It's not them. It's us. You're with us. Ride with us. Put yourself with us. Be with us. It's not a them. It's an us. Fair nitpick?
I think so. I mean, I think that's clearly what he was meaning. And sometimes I think Sean gets lost in his own answers. He starts rambling on.
Sure,
it's like the Michael Scott. Like, sometimes I start a sentence and I don't know where it's going, and I just hope I find my way as it goes on.
Yeah.
But I think that's what he was meaning, because again, I think that's been the ethos of what's helped turn this team around. And people can say what they want from a fan perspective or a media perspective or peers within the league perspective about Sean Payton. But it's undeniable that players love playing for Sean Payton. He is a player's coach through and through, and that ability for him to get this group of players who the collection as a whole have not seen the top of the mountaintop. They haven't won a championship. We've got several 49ers converts who have come close, but there's just not really anybody on this team that's seen sustainable, true success the way Sean Payton has.
Yeah.
And to get him to be able to sell that vision to these guys who've known nothing but losing for the majority of their times as Broncos is in large part, because he does frame it as an us or a them. So he didn't say it there, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that's what he meant.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I got to get to some of these fantasy punishments, dude. People are ruthless, Richie. Now, yours is strange. Dog collar through a drive-through, and somebody sitting next to you with the control.
I am sweating a little bit because my friends that are in this league, specifically the one that will probably be because I talk my fair share of trash.
Sure,
when I'm winning,
I can imagine.
When I'm winning, you know what I mean? Like, you're in 9th place? Wouldn't know. It's never happened. Well, this is the first year that it's happened. 10th, 11th, 12th place. And so I feel like there's probably some banked up revenge that's come my way, and it's now time to pay the piper. So whoever does end up, if that's what they, make me do, or when they set it up, whoever's going to have their finger on that button, I don't think is going to be concerned about, mercy when it comes to me trying to order my, Wendy's Biggie bag.
Have you ever got stunned by a stun gun or shot with the stun gun?
No, my brother-in-law is a sheriff's deputy.
Oh, that's right.
Out
You
in
just saw him,
California.
yeah.
And I basically I gave him the green
Yeah.
light. Like, dude, if you want to do this,
in the face,
I'll let you do it to me. Yeah, I'll let you do it to me. Because I think it'd be fun. Just curious to try it. We can film it. It'd be funny. And he, as a responsible officer of the law, has never done it yet.
Right.
So no, I've never been tased.
I've taken a taser, not the gun like to
Not
the
the
chest
barbs,
thing,
but like a handheld,
just a
like
taser to the neck, the
Whoa!
foot. I've taken it a few times.
To the neck?
Yeah.
How was that?
It sucked. Sucked bad.
Yeah, man. I just the dog shot collars don't have that like electricity widely that goes between the two barbs, but they do have the metal barbs that go in there. And like I said, I've done it just mess around, having a couple cold pops with the friends. It's like, you put it on your bicep or your hand or your leg, and it's like, oh, that's funny. But like, one, it's not attached to me. I can throw it, I can take it off, I can shake it off. This is literally going to be like no escape.
Yeah.
Like I'm in a car that I care about and can't just crash. And like I'm talking to another person who that drive-through worker is
they're in for a treat.
They're in for a treat. You know what I mean? Like they probably have to deal with so much mundane, boring, or like annoying people at a drive-through window. This could be a day that they remember for a little bit, depending on how well I can handle the voltage.
We got a couple of very interesting ones. This one I think we've probably both seen. Loser has to sit at a bar, open to close. Every beer you drink knocks a half hour, an hour off the clock.
I'm not scared of that one. I actually wish that's what this was.
That's actually kind of easy.
I'm out of there like late lunch.
Yeah, that's actually pretty easy. The same texter, though, is a freaking lunatic with this one. The best punishment ever. The loser has to go to a sperm donation clinic.
Oh my gosh, I've seen this.
Donate. Check the box where it says it's okay for the kid to contact them.
Yes, at 18.
Hardcore, but real incentive to win.
I found out about this one the first time.
Insane, dude.
First time I found out about that, there was a woman who posted like a TikTok or an Instagram thing or whatever that was like, I just found out that my boyfriend's fantasy football league he's playing forever. Like this is the punishment that they've settled on, for years now, and I didn't know that that's what it was. She goes, so now I realize that my boyfriend, by coming in last place in fantasy football, essentially makes me a stepmom by force. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
could you imagine being the 18-year-old? You reach out, you're like, I found my sperm, I found my father.
Right.
And then you get down and you're going to go have a nice lunch with them, and you're like, all right, so like, what were you going through in life? Did you need what? No, lost fantasy football.
Yeah. It's like, what led you to this? They're looking for some profound thing, and it's like, well, actually, Bijan Robinson just kind of screwed me.
Bijan went for 200 yards one night and ruined the day.
Exactly. If Christian McCaffrey had just gotten one more touchdown.
I would say no to that one. That's a hard no for me right there.
Because that's like, again, like the ones that are like bad, like people have to get these embarrassing tattoos, designed by that's immediate payoff of like, oh my God, this is the worst. But you could always maybe try to cover it up after X amount of time or whatever. That one, the donation one, That's 2 decades of
insane.
wondering.
That's insane.
Like at any point, like, am I a dad today? Am I going to wake up tomorrow and in theory somewhere in the world or in the country be a dad and then I'm not going to find out for 15 years?
Oh, that's nuts. You guys are crazy with that one, but that's incentive to win for sure. All right, we're going to get back to this Nuggets conversation. Joker went down last night. We know the latest, and we'll share it with you next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
12 months from now, you'll either wish you had started or you'll be celebrating a healthier, younger feeling you, and Soda Weight Loss makes the second option the one you need to take. Soda helps retrain your metabolism. No drugs, no injections, no mystery chemicals, just science-backed nutrition, real food, and real coaches who guide you every step of the way. Clients routinely hit life-changing milestones within weeks. Better sleep, lower blood pressure, reduced inflammation, and confidence that feels brand new. I often say, nothing tastes better than skinny, and thank you for making me healthy, SodaWeightLoss.com. No hunger, no guesswork, just results. I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat because of SodaWeightLoss.com. And this January, the deal of the year. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Bring a partner, pay for one, and transform together. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state-of-the-art.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
All of us at Williams Jewelers are proud to have been chosen as the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
You see, we're Denver's experts when it comes to ice.
The ice that you wear. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find Denver's largest selection of truly fine diamonds and diamond jewelry.
From our legendary Williams Diamond Bar, with almost every size, shape, and price range of GIA-graded natural diamonds.
To diamond engagement rings, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, to necklaces and diamond earrings. Our selection is stunning.
And Williams Martini Diamond Studs are a must for every woman, and we stock every size and price range.
So, if you want to be the star player of the game,
if you want to make the ultimate power play,
give her the only ice that lasts forever. Diamonds from Williams Jewelers.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
You can still get down to this once in a while, right?
Dude. Bon Jovi rocks.
Mike Evans is biting his lower lip right now, just
Yeah.
jamming out in the truck.
I saw this guy. Back in 71.
Shout out Mike Evans. Richie Carney, that's the voice you hear, and he's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. Cecil will be back tomorrow with the Tribe, out on assignment today. I want to talk about the bad news that's hanging around the Mile High City. And it's actually bad news, but better than what it could have been. So you can take that however you want. Nikola Jokic, if you were watching the game last night, we all lost our breaths. I shared it on social media. Our Nuggets lives all flashed right before our very eyes. And now, Richie, I don't know how you felt about it. I was talking with Evans as, we get our 2-minute little he's leaving and I'm coming in time to talk. And Evan said, "Did you get any sleep last night?" And I'm like, "Nah, not really, man. I stayed up watching doctors on the internet explaining about knee hyperextensions." And then I said, and look, I think the reason, I don't want to speak for you, Richie, but I think we're all kind of in this in the same route. Like, we're here because we were fans first and foremost. I'm still a major fan. You're still a major fan of the teams that play here. We're obviously rocking different college shirts that we pull for and root for, but man, we're all fans, first and foremost. But then you can get a little numb to stuff because we've done this for a little while, right? I've been lucky enough to do this for 15 years. And I'm grateful every single day that I get to wake up and come in here. But you do get a little numb to it, and it's work from time to time. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
That all went out the window last night. I became fanboy, worried about my favorite player on my favorite team because I grew up loving basketball. I was born in Indiana. It's a religion out there. It's not much of a choice. You're going to learn how to shoot a jump shot. And seeing him go down in that moment, man, all that went away. I was no longer a radio host. I didn't get to kick it with the Tribe every day. I was a concerned citizen in Nuggets Nation, and that was the only thing that mattered.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those, like, you stop, you stop breathing for a second. You're like,
yeah.
And then it's just like, because in basketball, especially when it's coming off of a missed shot or whatever it is, it's like the play keeps going. So players are already jetting back toward the other side of the court. Play goes on, and he's just there, and you're thinking, okay, but maybe he's just going to roll over and get up. And no, he was like down, and you just don't see that from him ever. He's been remarkably durable and healthy over the course of his career. I think, what did Sham say, that he's never played less than like 69 or 70 games in a season?
He's played in 70 games regularly, and the times that he's done it, it's like 69.
Yeah.
And the most he's ever played, I think I took a picture of it, the most he's ever missed was 7 straight games. He had an ankle sprain back in 2017. Hasn't missed more than 5 games in a row since 2017. And yeah, you're right, Richie. The fewest games he's played in a season is 69. The guy just doesn't go down. And then when he does, he's one of the rare NBA players that says, no, I can play at 75%. I can play at 80%. Most of the NBA players are soft, if I'm being honest, and they got to be close to 100% or at 100% to play. Joker's different.
No, he is. And that's what makes it, again, beyond his importance to the Nuggets on the basketball court. We've seen for the last half decade or so the million different stats about how the Nuggets have the best offensive rating in NBA history when he's on the court, and they're one of, if not the worst in NBA history when he's off, and the way that everything flows through him. He's kind of the poster child for like the point center, positionless basketball evolution of this modern era, this 2020s decade. But beyond that, just knowing who he is as a player, as a person, and as a competitor, when he went down to that degree, I was like, oh, this is serious. This isn't just like, he's not just taking a second to catch his breath or milking it to get maybe a free timeout or, whatever it is. This was legit, and everybody was kind of doing the same thing you and I were doing, going to social media, looking at those Twitter doctors and, people evaluating it or going the frame-by-frame breakdowns to see, because, when you see the Achilles tears in sports, especially like the NFL, they plant that foot and you can see the pop, the reverberation up the leg. And that was what was going through my mind when I'm watching the replay, and his leg is just involuntarily twitching a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, I'm thinking back to my own knee injury and trying to remember like what that was like or, felt like in that moment for me. Not that I'm anywhere near the athlete that these NBA players are, obviously. But yeah, no, it was beyond obviously the importance of what it could mean for the Nuggets in this season and on the basketball court, the way they operate, being down now 4 starters. Just knowing who Nikola is as a competitor and as a person and as a player, I was like, this can't be good. It just immediately gave me that heart-sinking feeling.
Yeah. Another good point from Kevin Kistner, the 65 rules, a 65-game rule, right?
MVP, yeah.
Joker wants to be an MVP candidate, wants to win another one, bring it to the Mile High City. We're already talking about a possibility of 20 games missed. He's already played in 32.
Yep.
It's going to get really close to that number depending on where Nikola is and when he can come back.
That's based on them saying, hey, he'll be reevaluated in a month, right? So just going down the calendar the way that we did in the next 30-ish calendar days, that if you were to, prorate this out now that we know the timeline, they play 19 or 20 games during that stretch. So,
it's 18 from a month from today exactly is 18 games.
Yep, especially, they start tomorrow in Toronto and then, kind of go on a little run here to begin the new year. And it's unfortunate because it does put a lot of that stuff into question. I mean, I'm seeing graphics all over social media, all over the NBA's official site talking about like posting Jokic's odds to win MVP, and it's the Nikola Jokic show, welcome to it, and all that stuff. And then just like that, everything can change. And I think that, it's going to force, I think, us and a lot of people in Nuggets Nation to certainly reevaluate what we want out of the next 20 or so games while Jokic is off the court, but also like what it means for Western Conference playoff standings, what it means for, regular season success. We were talking about this team breaking the franchise record potentially for wins with how they started and all that. I just think we're going to have to recalibrate a lot of things, and it's unfortunate, and the hope is that the recalculation doesn't take any of the things off the table that we felt at the beginning of the season.
I will say I'm probably grasping at straws here, but maybe a little bit of a silver lining. DenverSports.com had it yesterday. I believe Shapiro wrote about it. All-star voting. Jamal Murray's currently 14th right now. Guess what Jamal Murray just got? Not that he doesn't already have that, but now he has the ultimate green light. Jamal could go take 40 shots a game now. Literally.
Yeah, beat Michael Porter Jr. in Brooklyn.
You can go do, that's
beat
exactly
Jeremy Grant with the Pistons.
Go do whatever you want. And he's averaging just north of 25 points per game right now, and it's December 30th. All-star voting's not going to finalize here for a few weeks. Go out and bring that number up to 28. Make them force you into that. It's another thing. The international All-Star game.
Yeah.
Joker's not playing in the All-Star game now. And now it was going to be Jamal making the All-Star game for the first time and being a teammate of Nikola because it's the international players versus the U.S. players. Joker's not going to be a part of that now. Now, that's not a worry, but it's just a bad part of the injury.
If he comes back... And because how long, like let's say he comes back in a month or 5 weeks, how far before the All-Star break would that put him?
About 10 days, 12 days.
Yeah, so that's a situation where it's understandable that he doesn't play or that he doesn't do it, even if it's by his own volition. But don't we think that there are NBA players in that identical situation? I'm thinking of like a LeBron James that would absolutely get voted in and there would be no question, you're going to play, you're going to do this. And it's just like, I don't know that Jokic is going to get that same kind of nod because he just historically hasn't, but maybe it'll be a blessing, because ultimately I think we are kind of calibrating toward, hey, this team breaking their franchise record for regular season wins, not realistic and not super important right now.
You're right.
Jokic winning his 4th MVP, even though he should have 5 consecutive ones going for a 6th right now, not as important for this year because now it feels like to me It's, hey, we're diverting power from every other part of this ship, and everything is going to the engine to make sure that this team can still raise a second Larry O'Brien trophy in franchise history, because that was what they pushed their chips into the center of the table to do in the offseason, Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace with all the moves that they made, and that's the only thing that I think the Nuggets can't afford to have taken off the table for them.
We'll hear from Coach Adelman in our lunch hour. In fact, coming up right at noon, we'll hear from Adelman on this injury and how the locker room took it last night. Before that, we got to check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that you need to know about? Well, that fun Twitter poll Richie mentioned earlier I want to talk about. Who gets more credit for the turnaround that has been with the Denver Broncos? Ownership, coach, general manager, quarterback? We'll tell you how the results looked next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
How is it that you make all that money and still can't buy a home? It's because you went to an outdated lender. What's up, everybody? It's Cecil at CakeHome.com. They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just tax returns, helping people like you get approved. Or maybe you're looking to buy a rental property. Cake has that covered too. Programs qualify you using rental income, often even when rent falls short of the mortgage. Sounds too good to be true? Well, it's not. With your good credit and cash for the down payment, Cake can make your dream a reality. But you have to call now before these low rates and programs go away. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. Again, that's 888-EAT-CAKE, or visit CakeHome.com right now. Cake Mortgage Corp., Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1734623, licensed Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Oh.
Wow.
That's the sound of flavor hitting just right. HelloFresh helps you cook fresh, delicious, wholesome meals every weeknight for a healthier you in each bite. From hearty falafel power bowls to juicy one-pan enchiladas, this is more than just dinner. It's feel-good made from scratch. Now hear that? That's what you bring to the table. HelloFresh. Nothing hits like home cooking. Try now at HelloFresh.com.
Colorado's largest Sportsman's Expo is back, January 8th through 11th at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver. Don't miss more than 100 free fishing, hunting, camping, survival, casting, fly tying, and dog training seminars. Visit the Outdoors Colorado Pavilion of Experts and Youth Activities. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 8th through 11th at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on our Twitter timelines that we need to share or really want to share? I got a few things, Richie, and if something pops off on your timeline, share it with the tribe. As it's Richie Carney filling in for one Cecil Lammy today. Although I will say this tweet that I have is kind of like yours. I feel like I'm stealing it from you because I heard you talk about it on your show. It's a tweet from @DenverSports 1043. We encourage you follow us there. And it reads, after clinching the AFC West, who is the most responsible for turning around the Denver Broncos? You have four options. First is Greg Penner. Second is George Payton. Third is Sean Payton. And last, but certainly not least, it is Bo Chapman Nix. Bosif, that's what I like to yell when he does good stuff. The results are Sean Payton. Overwhelmingly, honestly, 56.5% of you voted for Sean Payton. I think that's a pretty good answer there. 28.4% voted for Greg Penner. Full disclosure, that's where my vote went, was GP upstairs. George Payton got the least amount of credit. Poor George. Only at 6.5%. And then Bo Nix, the second least. He's under double digits as well at 8.6%. So really, half of the audience thought, hey, this is a Sean Payton turnaround. He flipped this thing on its head. And then the 28.4%, the next highest, is Greg Penner. I don't think anybody's wrong of saying Sean Payton flipped this. He gets a ton of credit, man. The culture, and he did it quick. Came in, Captain Cornball, not going to work with that. We got to get out of this in any way that we can. Did it, and then went and got Bo Nix, and you talked about how that has worked over the last couple of years. So I'm not saying Sean's the wrong answer. I just look at what this was, and I know maybe I'm one of them, and I know people think they're friends with him, so they try not to be critical, but did they send you a Christmas card? I think that the Trust and Joe Ellis were criminals. I think they were scam artists. I think that they were in, Cecil always says it, so I'll steal his line, they were in place to make sure that the trust was in place.
Yeah.
I don't think they had the Broncos' best interest in heart at all. I think it was two lawyers that were married to one another and were lifelong friends with Joe Ellis, cashing check after check after check. And
there's no reason that Mary Kelly and Rich Slivka should be in my Rolodex of names that I can just call at any point.
100%.
There just shouldn't be. It shouldn't happen.
And look, if it were a one-year transition, I wouldn't feel this way. But that thing dragged on because they were getting paid fat during it. So that's a big reason why I selected Greg Penner. Sean Payton's clearly my second choice. And I've been doing it this week like it's a 1A, 1B thing. That's kind of where I'm at with this. But, man, what this thing was and the criminals that were that trust, they needed to get the hell out of here as quick as possible. And then you win the ownership lottery by Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group buying our football team. We went from one of the best owners to the best owner. From the Bolin family to the Walton Penner Group. I mean, dude, could it get any better for us here in Denver that live in Broncos country? That's the main reason. They got that trust the heck out of here, and this city needed them out of here about 3 years prior.
I think ultimately what makes this question great is you have to acknowledge up front that each of them have played a pretty good part. Even George Payton, who comes in last in that regard. When you start to juxtapose what each of those men followed up, the act that they followed up and how things were with their predecessor, you don't have to scratch your brain that hard to remember the front office led by John Elway at the time and how poorly some of those free agent signings were as the Super Bowl glow started to dimmer on the back half of John's tenure there, how poor those draft classes were where guys weren't even making it out of their rookie contracts.
Yeah.
Sometimes with the Denver Broncos or sometimes in the NFL. Like they just were not bringing in players that could field competitive football teams. We talked about not only did the Broncos of those eras not have competitive depth competent depth. They didn't have competent starters at a lot of position. And George Payton has reversed a lot of that. Look at how deep we talk about the Broncos now, that missing the reigning defensive player of the year for a stretch of time, putting him, in an injured reserve type of situation. We go, okay, yeah, all right, so maybe Riley's going to have to pick up a little bit more. Jaquan McMillan, Jahdae Barron, right? All that stuff. Like, we'll be fine.
Dude, we play this drop all the time from George Payton at the draft.
Unless we get blown away, we're going to take Benito. Nick Benito at 64. Holy
Nick
Benito at 64.
Exactly. And then we talk about, like, how much time do we talk about? Do we spend talking about Dondre Tillman and Jonah Ellis and these other like backups in the stables behind? We have the luxury of letting a guy like JFM walk out the door if we're the Broncos because we've got a Malcolm Roach that we also have as an option. So I think George Payton has reversed a lot of that. Look at the predecessor to Sean Payton. Nathaniel Hackett voted one of the worst head coaches in NFL history, and we got to see it in quick succession how big and how different it was from a cultural standpoint, from a team building standpoint, just an identity and a unit. Look at, obviously, Bo Nix followed up Russell Wilson, who had a better year under Sean Payton than in his previous years. But then you go back through the revolving door of quarterbacks there. The way that each of them have followed up some pretty bad acts helps all their case. But for me, I did answer Sean Payton to that question because I do think ultimately that's the guy who's captaining the ship. Now, the ship was paid for by somebody else, right? And that's important too. And Sean Payton is the first to talk about how important ownership is when he talks about a successful organization, being able to provide the players with the things that they want and need to be successful and be comfortable and be happy, and all those things, because it does trickle down into the performance on the field. But I just think it's really hard to win in the NFL if you don't have a guy with his hands on the wheel that knows how to drive. And Sean Payton knows how to drive. You may not like the way he drives.
Yeah.
He might speed. He might not use his turn signal, whatever you want to say. Listens to the music a little too loud. But he knows how to drive. And that is evident in this 2-season turnover that we've seen that really culminated with the cherry on top being Sean got his quarterback in Bo Nix.
Yeah. What's interesting to me is like I said, I think Sean Payton's a fine answer, acceptable answer. Greg Pinner there. And then it's interesting to me of like you could kind of reword this, and if it goes the way I think it's going to go here in like 5 years, you could go, hey, who's responsible for sustaining this success? And that 56% is going to be at Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Because it'll flip there.
He
and
just
as great as
he's
Sean's
had the
been,
least amount of time to make the impact.
Yes.
But he is the kind of final piece that completes the puzzle to a sustainable, successful organization, is having a quarterback at the helm that you can build around.
And look, even right now, we're the Bo Show, and I'm critical on Sean Payton. But right now, I can't argue that all this success is Bo. Sean's holding his hand along the way in a pretty good fashion to get him to look the way he's looked.
Yeah. No, it's honestly, the fact that there's not like a crazy right or wrong answer is just another testament to how healthy things are over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
You're exactly right.
Waka, 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 yeah.
All right, I don't know if you've got a quick tweet or you just want me to mention Latina Baddies. It's an obligation here on this segment. Latina Baddies are also on Twitter, and they're fun to look
at. Cecil and I have very synced timelines in that regard. I get a lot of Dua Lipa on mine, too. I'm a big Dua Lipa fan, obviously.
Who's not?
But exactly. But I have said, I have this. I've joked around with my friends that, like, man, if I probably shouldn't admit this, but maybe I will. Who cares?
We're in the trust streets, the tribe. We're cool.
Exactly. I make the joke all the time that, like, hey, if I was ever to be reincarnated or whatever, being reincarnated as Dua Lipa's mic stand would be hard to freaking beat. I mean, if you watch any video from her concert,
I'm familiar with her work.
I'm like, hello, wait a minute. Anyways, that's beside the point. I did have a tweet that was sent to me by a buddy of mine. My buddy and I have a DM thread on Twitter that goes back and forth, and it is just a treasure trove of things that I love.
I have it on Instagram with my childhood
He and I do it on
friends.
Instagram, too. It's different platforms, different algorithms.
Okay.
But the Twitter one is just especially like chef's kiss. So he sent me this story about Gilbert Arenas. Did you see this about him proposing?
The ring?
Yes.
Yes.
NBA star.
I'm not a Gilbert Arenas fan. This changed my mind.
I know. NBA star Gilbert Arenas proposed to his girl with a $400,000 ring.
Dude.
Then they broke up 8 days later.
Yeah.
8 days later, like one business week, they eventually made up, and he faked a relationship with her for a few months solely so that he could switch the ring out with a fake version that he also had custom made up.
What a G.
She then sued him and lost.
Yes.
Here was the quote. When my girl and I broke up, I was like, that was an effing waste of money. I want my $400,000 ring back. So I had a fake ring made up to switch it out. Then I called her and said, hey, babe, I miss you, and I want to make things right. Yes. I faked a whole new relationship with her for 4 months just to earn her trust and get close enough to make the swap. And I got the real ring back. Then we broke up again. Then she started going off on social media, blah, 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 and it goes down from there. That is
it's incredible.
All-time levels of commitment to your cause. Like, he literally faked a relationship that he initiated the rekindling.
Yes.
Like, it was premeditated from the jump. I read that, and I was like, this seems fake, but it's not.
It's A+ work from Gilbert Arenas. As I said, not a huge fan of him. This changed my tune about who Gilbert Arenas is. What a move from Gilbert Arenas. Get that $400,000 back, my man. All right, that's what's on our timeline. We'll check X every day at 11:45. Let's get into our lunch hour now. Going back to Miami, where a terrible thing happened last night. Joker went down, did not return. We'll tell you what we know up to this point about his hyperextended knee, plus our weekly danger rankings. I want to get to the teams we've left off and are probably disrespecting too much. That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's our 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Park, powered by Common Spirit, getting set for the JV squad that is the Chargers. We'll tell you what that means coming up a bit later on in the show. Richie Carney is hanging with me today. He's in place of one Cecil Lammy, and we want to hear from you guys. 2 ways to be a part of the show, and we're asking you a couple of things here. First is the big news of the day. How do you feel about Joker's hyperextension? He's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. How do we feel about the Nuggets? Is it just pray they keep their head above water, or are you expecting the worst over the next month? Answer that question on the text line and the YouTube page. And then, of course, Richie came up with it. It's a good, fun conversation. Weird fantasy football punishments now that everybody's crowning a champion today, or taking a trip to a drive-through with a dog collar on like Richie will be doing.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, Josh, it was literally my suggestion that got approved for the fantasy football punishment.
Someone also said, Richie, grow a pair and stand up to them. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
Richie's not being a wuss because he's going to do this. He's being a bro, actually, by following through the rules that you created.
Yeah, and we have the guy who's lost our league, come in last place 2 years in a row, has, balked on his punt, I'm so busy, I'm not this, I'm not that.
Come on.
Now he's got to do both of them in one setting.
Okay, I like that.
And I mentioned it earlier in the show. He's got to eat a Carolina Reaper pepper with no assistance. Originally it was, and this is why you don't mess around, and this is why I'm trying to pay this off as quickly as possible. Originally it was a ghost pepper, right? Which is still crazy hot.
Yeah.
But then he effed around for a year and just went dark and didn't, pay it off or anything like that. So then the commissioner was like, oh, no. If you're going to be 2 years late on it now, with interest, that ghost pepper becomes a Carolina Reaper pepper.
Yeah,
so
I'm with you.
Welcome to the freaking show, to quote Will Ferrell. And
I do have, I'll tell you who it was off air, but because he's in the media, he had to do lost his fantasy and then had to bring a blow-up doll to a restaurant as his date.
Yeah, but that's the psychological torture.
And then his buddies in the group are tables over filming.
And the guy so that was his punishment, the guy who came in last place 2 years in a row. His first one was the pepper, which has now been upgraded to a Reaper. His second one for coming in last place twice in a row is he has to go to a eating establishment and order a plate of lasagna and eat it while dressed as Garfield.
Oh, that's good too.
Yep.
That's good too.
Yep. And so now he's got to do both of those at the same time, and they're going to be filmed. We've already got the location picked out. It's happening next Monday night.
That's awesome.
But that's why I'm not messing around. If you want me to, if I got to put the dog collar on and get zapped over and over again while I'm trying to order a Burger King or whatever, then let's just do it, because I'm not going to let any interest compound. These guys are savages. They're ruthless. And the best part, the irony of it all, is that the person who came in last for 2 consecutive seasons, and it wasn't even close, like it was like embarrassing, won the league this year. And it's just like, that's fantasy football, man. Sometimes you just catch the right draft, you make the right waiver pickup, and you go from literal 0 for 2 consecutive years to the winner, and you're taking home. And now the reason he's paying it off this year is because the commissioner rightfully is like, you can't collect your money for winning until you've paid off your 2 consecutive punishments.
Good move.
So that's forced him to come out from under the rock, and now he has to do it.
That's a solid move from the commissioner. I respect that strong stance. So, yeah, have some fun with some of those. If you've got weird ones you've had to do or seen done because someone finished dead last in your fantasy league, share them on the text line. Powered by Ramos Law, and the same deal there over on YouTube, and we'll spend a couple minutes talking about those when they come in. The big news of the day, though, it's Nikola and him going down. Shams has the report out. The Nuggets have an official email out to those of us in the media. A Nikola Jokic update. As they write it, the Denver Nuggets center Nikola Jokic suffered a left knee hyperextension injury during last night's game at the Miami Heat. Jokic will be reevaluated in 4 weeks, and updates will be provided when necessary. That means we won't get any updates. We'll get to the 4-week mark, and we can only really use David Adelman's time with Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon as our examples because he's in his first year as the full-time head coach, and that's all he's dealt with. And how David has dealt with that is just the same exact way. They're going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks, and then they're going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. We'll have a clear idea on the timeline. Well, we're here right now in that 4 to 6 window with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown.
It was supposed to be right around the new year.
And he already had given us one update that they're going to be in street clothes on Christmas and perhaps be a part of the rotation on the next road trip. That's what they're in right now, a 7-game road trip. They've already played 2 of them and have 5 more left to go. So maybe those guys come back, but I'm going to use that history with this timeline of Nikola Jokic. So when we get closer to January 30th, we're going to find out from David Adelman if he is or is not right around the corner, and then that will be the actual timeline. Here's my assumption. They're going to give us an update around January 30th and say, oh, he's still a couple of days away. Joker will play 1 or 2 games pre-All-Star break with a minute restriction, and then we get the full Nikola Jokic back after the All-Star break, which is after Valentine's Day.
And if that's what it takes, Josh, then that's what it takes.
Exactly.
Because
so be it.
He is the one piece on this roster that you can't overextend or stretch or be, too cautious with. Like, you can't afford to have this become a lingering thing, again, because of what's on the table. When we started this season, and when they started, 22-6 in their first 28 games, despite being down AG and CB for as long as they've been, everything was on the table. Jokic was going to win a 4th MVP and seemed primed on his way to do so. Jamal Murray was going to get his first All-Star bid. This team was going to flirt with, if not eclipse, their franchise record for regular season wins, and they were going to go win a damn championship. And now, when you're staring at a potential 20-plus game stretch without the Joker, everything on the game board has now been shuffled up. We're playing a new game now. And now, for me, it feels like you just got to hang on. That wave pool is coming, and you just got to keep your head above water, because without the Joker, we've seen what it's like in small stints and spurts, and we've been fortunate for that because he's been so friggin' healthy and durable. But it would be unrealistic to think that they can be overly competitive on a night-to-night basis in the National Basketball Association without the best player in the world, while also being down 3 other starters at this current moment, at least for the next couple of games or so, and we'll see how long it lingers. So now it feels like, hey, I don't care that much anymore about how many games the Nuggets win in the regular season, because they're going to be fighting for a less than ideal circumstance regardless.
That's exactly right.
There is no more nipping at the heels of the Oklahoma City Thunder, in my opinion.
Yeah. One of our texters writes, get the 8 seed, play Oklahoma City in the first round. I don't know that that's the smoke that you're necessarily looking for in round 1, but I guess you slay the dragon, right?
You get it out of the way early. You're going to have to play him eventually, and, you never know. But, so Jokic is MVP with the 65-game rules, and, he's played in 32. He's played in 32 games. He's going to miss at least 18 or 20 based on the month timeline for evaluation. He still could eclipse it, but it just kind of feels like it was already a neck-and-neck race with SGA again, and the way the Thunder are coming out as one of the strongest, most dominant teams in the NBA. It's like, okay, maybe we're going to have to concede that for this year. But I'll concede everything.
Yeah.
As long as we don't concede the fact that when the postseason starts, we still believe that at full strength and full health, which they can be when the postseason rolls around, that this team can win an NBA championship for the second time in franchise history. If that's on the table still, I'll be willing to happily forsake everything else.
Well, and that's the thing. If you tell me, all right, Joker's going to be ineligible for an MVP, but they're healthy, the team, not just Nikola. Jamal's 100%. Christian, Aaron's hamstrings get a little older. That's something we got to monitor basically for the rest of his career now.
You can take mine.
Yeah. If their starters are healthy, and then I think Tim Hardaway is so important coming off that bench. Like, you got 5 healthy starters. Tim about as close to 100% as he can, and then obviously you're going to need something out of Big Val and Brucey B there. That's what this season is all about now. The awards, Jamal getting to an all-star game, I still think that's important for obviously an individual accolade, but this is all about, hey, getting right, post-all-star break, remaining right, and then closing that gap in seeding as much as you can because they're about to drop off.
Yeah, no, it's going to happen. We just have to brace ourselves for that. And again, it's just about, hey, can you steal a couple of games here and there to keep your head above water and get yourself in a situation for when Joker does come back, which very well may take a little bit longer than the 4-week reevaluation period that was initially reported by Shams and all that. Because with the hyperextension, it's, yes, they avoided ligament damage, right? That's like the best news that we could have received. But it's also a flexible recovery timeline.
It is, yeah.
Right? So I think 4 weeks is the best case scenario, and that's great. Let's hope for that, and knock on wood, and prayer circles can continue and all of those things. But it might take 5. It might take 6. And if it takes 5 or a little bit north of 5, then you're talking about the scenario that you laid out, and it's post-All-Star break. Well, if the longer the Nuggets have to hold on without Jokic changes the importance of the games that they're playing without him. You may have to have a better record than you would have if he's only out for 4 weeks. If it's 6, you got to win a few more games to keep yourself in contention and try to keep yourself in that, maybe you can avoid the play-in. Maybe if you're a high-end, that 8 seed, 7 seed kind of situation. But yeah, I think that the seeding conversations for the Nuggets, the way we've been having them, are going to take a significant pause. The MVP discourse and discussion for Jokic, I think is just we're going to go ahead and punt that to 2026, 2027.
Yeah.
And I think that we're now having to kind of like, the heart has to focus on some vital organs now, and other things are going to have to kind of take a back seat, because this team's ability to make a postseason run at full health and full strength and put themselves in position to win another championship is all that matters to me now, because that was the mission from day one of this season, and it was set by the tone of Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace making the moves that they've made to push those chips into the center of the table.
By the way, if we just do 4 weeks, the only samples that we have right now, or the timeline that we have right now, we get to January 30th. That's 18 games from right now to January 30th. Last of that is that January 30th against the Clippers at home. 10 of those 18 are on the road because they're finishing a 5-game road trip now, and then they have a 1-2-3 quick 3-game roadie later on in January. So 10 of the 18 would be at home. I'm looking at the names here, and of course things can change over the next 4 weeks, but it's a stretch of the schedule here where it's not this gauntlet, okay? You're going to go to Toronto and play tomorrow night. Yeah, we know what Toronto is. They're a younger team. They're kind of up and coming in the East, but still not quite there. Cleveland's a legit squad. They're going to be a problem. And honestly, the Nuggets will probably get boat raced Friday at Cleveland. Then you go play Brooklyn. They're not very good. You shut down Michael Porter Jr., you kind of got that. The Sixers, their best player wears Skechers. That's not a problem. Boston, Jaylen Brown's been balling out right now. He's actually, if he scores 30 in his next game, I think they're tonight, he'll have 10 consecutive games at 30. That would set a Celtics franchise record. They've been pretty good in the history, so that's a tougher game than you might think. Then Atlanta's trying to find a way to trade Trae Young, so that's a mess. Milwaukee's in a mess with Giannis, but still a solid team. Then you got New Orleans at Dallas. See what they look like at that point, because they're getting close to being healthy too. Washington's bad. Charlotte's not very good. The Lakers are a mess. Washington again bad. At Milwaukee. All right, again, a decent team there. At Memphis. They're getting Ja back, but he'll do something stupid by January 25th and won't be around. Detroit, that's a good team. You're going to get beat up by Detroit and Cade Cunningham. Then you get to host Brooklyn and end with L.A. So, you know what I mean? It's not... I'm not giving you the best teams in the NBA. It's not 3 times against OKC. It's not Houston time and time again. There are some winnable games here. You just have to do it without 4 starters.
So let's call it, how many games is it that you
18.
just listed out? 18 there? Okay, so what do you think the Nuggets record will be coming out of these 18 games based on the schedule and the reasoning that you just laid out? And is that, whatever your answer is, acceptable to keep them on path for what they want to do?
I mean, I don't know if it'll keep them on path for what they want to do, but I think 8-10 is manageable. I think 9-9 is a home run. I'm being serious. 9-9 is a home run.
So one game goes from home run to manageable. Like, that's a steep drop off in terms of the evaluation. So, because
8-10 might be me being optimistic.
I was going to say, when you said, because we said earlier, hey, 500 would be like a blessing. It would be great. So if you're telling me that you think it's reasonable that they get within one win of that,
12 sounds terrible.
It does. But I mean, Josh, like,
they're going to win 6 games in the next month.
How have they looked without Nikola Jokic on the court,
you're
man?
Right, you're right.
Listen, and if there was ever a time, right, and I saw this pointed out on the text line, the RamosLaw.com text line, hey, if there was ever a time for Jamal Murray to prove his worth as an NBA All-Star, now's the time. You're going to get every green light you could possibly ask for.
Yeah.
And you've been converting at a career-high clip in almost every major category as a shooter. Now's the time where your team needs that more than ever. So
let me add a layer to this. Let's say they do get AG and CB back on January 5th. Then we have 15 games minus Joker and Cam. How much difference is that? Now, again, none of them are Nikola. I completely understand that. But you can then start Jonas, stagger with Aaron, and he's kind of your backup 5, but playing less minutes with the starters because he's your reserve center too.
Yeah, no, that changes things, and you can maybe that is how you have to evaluate this. You say, okay, what's the absolute dire stretch that we're about to have where they're going to be down 4 of their 5 starters?
Well, I'll tell you, if they don't get AG back that, and you have to have Zeke Naji play significant minutes, they'll be lucky to win 4 games.
You're a big Zeke Naji
guy. Yeah. If Zeke has to play extended minutes, we're all in trouble, Zeke included.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, this is the world that we're going to live in right now. And yes, it's fantastic that the news that was reported earlier, Shams, that it was a knee hyperextension, avoided any ligament damage, everything is intact there, but it's a reevaluation period of 4 weeks. So he's missing at least a month.
Okay.
And Jokic has been as durable as any NBA player during his time, in the NBA. And I think that I expect him to, on an injury timeline, kind of evaluation, to be on the early side. I don't think this is going to be a major lingering thing for him, but I do think that his timeline and the way it syncs up with the return of CB and AG and their timelines does kind of change how we look at this stretch without the Joker. Because if it's, hey, January 5th comes around and it's like, well, we need another week or so. Now you're adding another 3-4 games all of a sudden. And now you're talking about maybe a 10-game stretch where you're down 4 of your 5 starters. That could be a potential free fall situation that's going to be tougher for the Nuggets to have to dig back out of whenever Joker does return.
It should be interesting. And again, even if they don't come back on the 5th, there's that final road game of this trip on the 7th at Boston. Then you get Atlanta at home. Maybe that's the return, but
and I'll say this too: I'm not just automatically writing off Valanciunas' ability to step in.
Well, and how about this, Richie? There's this like us against the world mentality. That's a dangerous place to be too. Of like, oh, the world's now writing you off over the next month. Jamal, it's on you to carry these guys. Val, you've been a starter in this league. Timmy Hardaway, you were a key cog on Detroit last year where they were winning some games. Brucey B's been a starter on this team before. So there can be some of that of like, oh, everybody's counting us out.
Right.
You'll see.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fascinating.
I'm trying to talk myself into this. That's what I'm doing.
So am I, but so are we all, right? Because I think we all know in our bones that when this team is fully healthy, Josh, they can compete with anybody in a 7-game series. There's probably only one team that we feel a degree of confidence in can stop the Thunder, and it's the Nuggets, and it's for good reason. Like, they can accomplish their goal that was set at the start of the season that the front office kind of put in place with the moves that they made. They absolutely can. They're kind of like the Broncos. Mm-hmm. Will they or won't they? We'll see, but they absolutely can. And so I think that's what's causing all of our minds to be in a little bit of a blender here, and we're trying to talk ourselves in to certain things because of what's on the table in terms of a payoff at the end of this season. So yeah, there is a world, absolutely, I think, where Jonas Valanciunas can step in as a 5 for a 15, 20-plus game stretch and give you serviceable work and not just be that backup big that we kind of have been coveting behind Jokic for so long. And Bruce Brown has starting experience on a championship team here in Denver. Tim Hardaway Jr. as a shooter, especially from the three-point line, which the Nuggets have needed for a number of years now, can give you 15 to 17 on any given night and get hot as a shooter. And so you don't want to go necessarily into the Zeke Naji realm that you mentioned there, but look at the contributions they've gotten from a Spencer Jones, who was an afterthought on a championship team and has been one of the hotter players in the last month, wearing a Denver Nuggets uniform, is probably going to earn himself a contract before this season is up.
You know that January 30th timeline we're talking about? They got to decide by then, Mount Spencer. His time's up around January 30th.
Yeah, so I think that this could align to where there is a real world, I think, where the Nuggets can navigate and manage this. I'm not going to be surprised because I think it's a lot to ask of any NBA team that starts 5 players on a basketball court to miss 4 of them and compete still at a reasonable level that we're used to seeing. Yeah. So I'm not going to be surprised if things bottom out and fall out. We need to be prepared for that. But I'm not totally pessimistic to say, like, hey, season's over, boys. Pack it up, 1, 2, 3, Cancun.
No, not that. By the way, every time Spencer Jones hot, I'm going to tweet out the GIF of wacky waving inflatable arm man.
That shooting motion.
Because that's how he shoots, dude.
It's so bizarre. So bizarre.
All right, quick break from the Jokic conversation. There'll be plenty of more of that as we carry you till 2 o'clock when the drive comes in. We did our danger rankings a little earlier at our 10:15 segment if you're finding it on the podcast. And Richie, we both went over the teams that we have on the list. I want to tell you the 4 teams I left off, and one I really think I should probably find room for. The other 3 I think are front runners and phonies. The Niners are the one that I think I have to make room for. I'm not a Brock Purdy believer. I know everybody loves Kyle Shanahan around here, and he's a really, really good coach until it really, really matters, and then he crumbles like a cookie. But I should probably put some more respect on what San Francisco's doing now that they're getting a little bit more healthy. The 3 teams that I just can't respect, one's the Chargers, because they're the Chargers and they always Charger stuff. The other is, I should probably respect them a little bit more because of who their head coach is, but it's the Chicago Bears and then the Buffalo Bills. I can't get over that throw that Josh Allen missed on Sunday. I can't. Valor Christian quarterbacks make that throw. The reigning MVP couldn't? I'm sorry, man. I think the Bills' window is done.
I do too. I think they've missed. If you took the Bills team from last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and put them in the position into this season, I think they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This is not the best Bills team in consecutive order for the last 2 or 3 years. And they're still in position. You know, they're a postseason team. As of right now, they're going to be a wild card team. And with Josh Allen, he's Superman, you know, like you never can, I think, truly count them out. But yeah, I think that we're looking at a situation where the Bills could be framed. I heard Zach Bye frame it this way of like, are they going to win 1 playoff game or 2?
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, and that just may be the reality that they maybe missed a window and you ran up against the Patrick Mahomes and the Joe Burrow and the, you know what I mean? Like when you had it clicking, somebody just had it clicking a little bit more than you, right? It's like every team trying to get out of the East with Jordan and the Bulls.
Yeah.
So I think that that's fair to say that you don't trust them to outperform what they've shown you over the last, 3-4 seasons or so. The Chargers, I think it's the same thing. I think they've proven to be a little bit of a potential regular season darling, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that ultimately they're just always really banged up. Same with the 49ers. They play well in the regular season. They grind out a lot of wins. They show you that they can beat almost anybody on any given Sunday. But when the postseason rolls around and it truly becomes win or go home, those things start to compile and they add up. So I think the Chargers are kind of in that, like, I don't know if I trust them more than any team in the AFC. So I think that that's fair. And you could have a similar argument about the Packers, right? Who I said comparably are built, I think, and operate similarly to the Broncos. They have a great defense. They have the ability to run the ball, right? Josh Jacobs is a Bronco killer most years. just lost to the Broncos for the first time in his career.
And they went away from him. They could have.
Exactly.
That could have been a lot worse.
Exactly. So you have that, but it's like, and a lot of times it predicates on what version of Jordan Love do you get? Does that kind of sound like how we've evaluated the Broncos? Like what version of Bo Nix are we going to get? Right. But the Packers have kind of shown that too, to when it gets to the postseason. Like Jordan Love's had him there every year, basically, and they just don't convert. 49ers, similarly. Now, the 49ers have taken it to the Super Bowl before getting to that point. So I think they're on a little bit of a different tier conversation. But yeah, and again, I think this just goes to the nature of the NFL this year, specifically in the AFC. There's just not a lot of teams that you trust. I mean, you can go up and down the AFCs 1 through 7 and even 8 if you want to throw the Ravens in there right now. I don't know how much you trust one team over the other. That includes the Broncos and the Patriots, because the Jags have shown the ability to rise up and be explosive and kind of play against top-tier caliber competition in a way that's playoff caliber respectable.
But then you're like, they're the Jags.
But then they're the Jags, right? And we've seen a lot of body of work on Trevor Lawrence that suggests that there is a pumpkin hidden in that carriage somewhere, right? Liam Cohen is just kind of unlocking it to a level that his predecessors have not. The Texans, even though I think they have the best defense in the NFL, C.J. Stroud and that offense have been kind of mercurial, and it's gotten more evident as each year with C.J. Stroud has kind of come by. Now, he's made the playoffs in back-to-back years as a starter, and he's going to do it again, I would assume, this year as well. So there's that, but also it's like, okay, you made the playoffs, but do I think you can truly win it all?
Yeah.
And I think this is a weird year where I think there's a lot of teams that you can say, I don't know that they will, but I guess they can.
Yeah, right.
And the Broncos are kind of in that group. The Bears with Caleb Williams and this whole thing with Ben Johnson and all that, it's kind of like they're the NFC Jaguars. It's like, oh,
kind of.
Wow, this is clicking now.
Yeah.
This is working.
Like
and
that coach is getting the most out of that dude.
Now, as we've seen in recent weeks, like the Bears, if they don't force turnovers, defensively, things can get a little shaky for them. They've kind of bailed themselves out of some bad defensive performances by timely turnovers. But again, every one of these teams that we're going to go up and down these lists in the danger rankings like we did, even the Rams are flawed.
Yeah.
The Seahawks are flawed, right? And they're flaws that are noticeable. You're not really having to split hairs to get to that point, as good as some of their attributes are. So I just think it's fascinating when you look at the teams that you're quote-unquote counting out for the purposes of this exercise, and you're like, you know what, but they're kind of similar. The Packers are kind of like the Broncos, even though the record doesn't show it. The 49ers are kind of like the Chargers, even though they're on different spectrums, and it's like, so this is going to be, I think, one of the more fascinating NFL postseasons to see how it shakes out and who kind of emerges from the chaos that's going to be Wild Card Weekend on both sides of the bracket. And then if you're the NFL schedule makers, who we love to gripe about all the time, you're probably popping a bottle of champagne with this Week 18 drama. You've got 3 divisions up for grabs in the final week, with postseason. You'll have your fair share of teams resting starters and doing things because that's just the way that the cookie crumbles, to use your Bruce Almighty analogy.
Thank you.
But it really is a lot of excitement and intrigue packed into this back half of the season and the start of the postseason.
Can't wait for it. Got to get through the Chargers first, get that number 1 overall seed. We'll be diving deep into that game starting tomorrow. But let's talk about power play problems. It's not easy for me to say.
Twice now.
Avs can win, but how are they so bad when they have a man advantage? I don't understand. We'll try to get through that next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here. I want to talk to you about something that changed my life a couple of years ago. I'm talking about my testosterone levels. Really just getting them to where they were supposed to be. Because 2 years ago, I'm getting close to 40, and I'm like, man, I'm tired all the time because I can't sleep through the night. Definitely don't have any room in my life for a little workout to feel better. And one of the major problems was the sex drive, all but being gone. Who the heck wants to live like that? All of those things mattered. So I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I took a low T quiz. There's like 10 questions. It's going to take you 90 seconds to answer it. Then I set up my first appointment. My first appointment, I went in, they drew my blood, they told me what my T and PSA levels were, and then we sat down and had an open and honest conversation about what my options were and what the results would look like with every option I could choose. I chose to sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. Because of that, they waived the $99 fee. That option's available for you. I then set up all of the booster shots to be sent to my home. They arrive on my front porch. I take that pain-free booster shot in the comfort of my home every every Tuesday. And here we are 2 years later with my T levels where they're supposed to be, my energy back up, sleeping through the night. And fellas, the sex drive, it is back. So what the heck are you waiting for? You dealing with any of those things I just mentioned? Start a conversation today with my team over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Imagine your home quieter, cooler, and more beautiful with the new Infinity from Marvin windows. Right now, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off. These aren't ordinary windows. They're built to outlast, outperform, and turn heads. Family owned since 1973, trusted across Colorado, and they never cut corners. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Don't delay. Quality costs less than regret.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
12 months from now, you'll either wish you had started or you'll be celebrating a healthier, younger feeling you, and Soda Weight Loss makes the second option the one you need to take. Soda helps retrain your metabolism. No drugs, no injections, no mystery chemicals, just science-backed nutrition, real food, and real coaches who guide you every step of the way. Clients routinely hit life-changing milestones within weeks. Better sleep, lower blood pressure, reduced inflammation, and confidence that feels brand new. I often say, nothing tastes better than skinny, and thank you for making me healthy, SodaWeightLoss.com. No hunger, no guesswork, just results. I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat because of SodaWeightLoss.com. And this January, the deal of the year. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Bring a partner, pay for one, and transform together. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Avalanche found a way to win last night. They get goals from Drury, Marty. Marty had a fun one, just sliding across the line right there. Brock Nelson had a nice, sweet goal, too. Pass comes, he keeps his stick cocked back, flexes that thing, and puts it past the netminder. Then Nate gets an empty netter, making more case for his Hart Trophy. That was goal 399 for Nathan McKinnon. So on New Year's Eve, he can reach 400 when they play the Blues, and hopefully 400 on Jordan Binnington sure would be fun. And then Kale got one just for good measure there. They handled their business last night, get a victory over the Los Angeles Kings 5-2. I don't know, we need to talk too much about like out-of-town sweaters and uniforms, but dude, the Kings helmets, the matte, is it matte or flat, whatever it is, that matte black?
Yeah.
That thing looked badass.
The Kings have great
They have
uniforms.
the chrome ones, too.
Yeah,
like all silver.
The Kings across the board have great uniforms. When they did that, remember when they did the surprise reveal for their fourth alternate? They warmed up in one uniform.
Yeah.
Then they came out in different sweaters and had like the
That's
jeweled
cool,
crown
dude.
and all that. Yeah. No, the Kings, I respect their uniform game.
They're real good. They look good losing last night to the Avalanche. But I will say this.
Hey, if you're going to get belt to ass, you better look good doing
Look good
it.
doing it, right. The Avalanche are winning. They're unbeatable in regulation. All the stuff that comes with the Avs. Cecil's been calling them a wagon, and I appreciate that term. But they're still absolutely terrible on the power play. Not only did they go 0 for last night, they gave up a shorthanded goal and almost gave up another one in the second period. Now the Kings lead the NHL in shorties, but I'm not going to give them the pass there. They're so bad with a man advantage, they're literally giving up shorthanded goals. Richie, it's just something that I can't understand. We're a smart hockey guy or gal. We got Mel over on the YouTube page who's a very smart hockey gal. How are they so bad with a man advantage? The fastest team in the league is bad when they have a man advantage.
It defies logic. It defies science. I've used that phrase for a year now because this is an issue that persisted last season, and it's the reason, I think, primarily why they got bounced in the first round by Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars. Because I really do think if that one thing changes for the Avs, and you could argue maybe if Game 7 was at Ball Arena instead of in Dallas, maybe that's different. But I think if the Avs had just marginal increases on their power play, they win that series. They outskated Dallas for a good chunk of that series, and they just didn't convert, and Dallas was exceptional at it. But it defies logic. It defies science, Josh, that a team that is so fast and has so much firepower, skill, precision, and speed watches it go away when they actually have a man advantage versus even strength, where they are insanely dominant at 5-on-5.
It's just...
And the only thing I can think of, Josh, this is how I've rationalized it in my mind, is that sometimes I just think they get a little too cute with it. I think there is this maniacal, because of the amount of skill and precision and speed, like I mentioned, that you have when you're throwing out Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Marty Necas, right? When you've got Arturi Lehkonen, when you're throwing out shooters and skaters of that caliber, I think sometimes there is a tendency to get caught up in trying to find the perfect shot and not just doing what ultimately they do best, which is just pepper that puck on the net.
Yeah.
Just put it on the opposing goaltender and that opposing defense to have to stop you, even if it's 70 to 75% of what you would deem the perfect opportunity, the perfect shot. Just do it.
It's like they're looking for the tic-tac-toe.
Yes.
You got the man advantage. It's right there in front of you.
And they have all the skill to do it.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. But the identity offensively of the 2021-2022 Avs that won the Cup, I've never seen an offense like that. It must have felt like D-Day for any opposing goaltender, the way that they were just hammering defenses with shots on goal.
I agree with you on that. And then I always say their defensemen were offensive players.
Yeah.
They were offensive threats at the blue line because of how good they were. So I'm 100% with you. But here, as I was watching the game last night and trying not to think of Nikola Jokic's knee, I thought to myself, like, we've all been around this, right? I got an example for the ladies, and I got one for us fellas, too. I'll start with the ladies, right? Ladies first. How many times has there been like this dude that's in your life, or you see him at work or at school or out and about in town, and they're just, they check all your boxes. They got a good smile, they got that dark hair, they're tall, dark, handsome, six-pack, they're ripped, got a good job, all that stuff. And they're just dumber than a box of rocks. A meathead is what we used to call it. You have all the
tools.
Right? For the fellas, we used to call them Valley Girls. You remember that? Like, man, she's hot. She's on the cheerleading team. She's got this. She comes from a good family. But, man, she's tough to talk to. Valley Girl meathead, right? Is that what the Avs power play is? Are they the meathead of that team? Are they the Valley Girl of that team? Or we just have to go, man, they got everything else that I'm looking for. They're not very smart. Do we just live with that? They're not very good on the power play. Do we just live with that?
Yes, you do. Yeah, you just live with it because they are so unbelievably dominant at everything else. I mean, this is like what I think you're actually describing is the Avalanche in 2025 are like prime Megan Fox. Like, she's
where this is going.
in her prime. Transformers Megan Fox,
Yeah,
especially
dude.
Transformers 2.
Yeah.
You ever airbrushed a motorcycle before? Bet you thought about it a couple times. She's the hottest woman on the planet in her prime. The Avs are the hottest team in hockey, and they're off to a historic start. But Megan Fox got those weird thumbs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, there's Achilles had the heel, right? Like, there's not almost ever in nature going to be a perfect, no weakness kind of thing. You'd prefer the weakness to maybe be something other than the power play for the Avs because it just makes no sense.
Like, could their fourth line be bad?
But that's their Megan Fox thumb,
Yeah.
dude. That's their thing. And it's like, okay, are you going to let that stop you? If you have an opportunity to be with Megan Fox in her prime, are you letting that stop you? No.
I don't even notice the thumb.
Exactly. I'll give her my thumb. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's what, there's cosmetic surgeries for that.
Right.
The Avs can cosmetically mask, hopefully, some of these other things. Now, in reality, it's got to get better.
Yeah.
Like, it has to, because, unlike the thumbs, there's things they can do to be better at this. And that comes down to Jared Bednar to kind of maybe put his big boy pants on and maybe make some decisions. I've heard it tossed out into the ether of like, hey, maybe it's time to sit Nate from the power play 1.
I saw move Marty to power play 2 last
for a
night,
couple
too.
of games. Yeah, slide Marty down. I think they've already done that with Big Val, Valeri Nichushkin, and they put Landeskog on the PP1. You've got maybe you trot out your power play 2 unit, your PP2 once, just to shake it up, and maybe not so much from like a send a message standpoint, because I think with Nathan McKinnon is wound tighter than a freaking clock. So I don't think you need to send a lot of messages to a team like this, especially considering how they've lost twice in the first almost 40 games. I think they're 38 games into the regular season. They've lost twice in regulation. So I don't think you need to send a message to this team, but I do think you need to be open to potentially tinkering and riding that balance of like, okay, we're doing great, everything's great. We don't want to over mess with things, but we don't want to just pretend like everything's all fine across the board either. You got to kind of ride that line, and that's what the best coaches in professional sports get paid to do.
You're right. I like that. We just figured it out. The Avs power play is Megan Fox's weird thumb.
Yep. It's the first thing I thought of.
That's a good
I didn't
comp.
think about it until literally sitting across from you right now. But as soon as it hit my head, I'm like, that works for me.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one a lot. All right, 12:45, we look around the football world. College football playoff around the corner, NFL storylines. We're going to be heavy on the NFL, and it's a bad day to have the last name Diggs. We'll explain why next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Her face lights up whenever you're around. That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other. At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other.
Give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Soon, if not already, businesses throughout the world will draft their mission statements. These complicated documents, filled with legal jargon and mysterious words, define corporate goals and objectives. We do that, but ours is different. This is Glenn Jameron, president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Our mission boils down to 2 simple words. If we dedicate ourselves to these 2 words, everything else will follow. What are they? Be kind. The English language contains hundreds of thousands of words, but at Alpine Bank, 2 are all we need. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or 2 of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We usually designate a couple of minutes here in this 12:45 segment for you guys to ask your fantasy questions, but that's over. It's done. People have won their fantasy championships last night. If you had Bijan, congrats. You're a champ. You are collecting some cash today, or at least not having to do a dog collar through the drive-through punishment like our dude Richie Carney, who's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. That's his punishment in his league for dead last, and we've had some fun ones on the RamosLaw.com text line. You want to get in on it? We'd love to hear it. 303-713-1043. What's your most strange, unique, funny, awkward fantasy punishment of all time? We've got some good ones so far. The sperm bank one is, I will never forget that in my life.
Bro, what a day. Can we just take a second? What a day. We have, over the course of, what has it been, 2 hours and 49 minutes and 4 seconds, we have brought up sperm bank donations with the box checked yes, dog collars and drive-thrus, Megan Fox's weird thumbs, Gilbert Arenas' elaborate, way like
get my ring back.
This has been this. None of that was on my bingo card for today, and here we are. Here we are, man.
Yeah,
it's like that Paul Rudd thing on Hot Wednesday. Look at us.
Look at us now.
Look at us now.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
It has been a fun show. We appreciate you guys rocking with us. Appreciate Richie sitting in for Cecil. And I mentioned the Diggs family. First up, Stephon. The Patriots' statement on the legal situation for Stephon Diggs. The Patriots are aware of the accusations that have been made regarding Stephon Diggs. Stephon informed the organization. He categorically denies the allegations, and they support Stephon. He has been accused of domestic abuse. An assault is what he has, a felony assault is what he's facing. A charge of strangulation, a misdemeanor charge of assault stemming from a December 2nd incident. So that's happening right now in New England, kind of killing their buzz. And then at the same time, his brother in Dallas has just been released. Trayvon Diggs was released. And the Cowboys are saying, hey, he's free and clear. If you do claim him today, you are accountable for his, it's like a $470,000 game check. Pretty nice game check for him. No one will do that. He'll become a free agent and can basically sign with any team that he wants. So, Richie, I don't know what the heck's going on with the Diggs today, but it's been a tough day.
I did not know the Trayvon Diggs thing until you just said it just now. He signed like $100 million deal with the Cowboys 2 years ago.
Yes, he did. He was like the best cornerback in the league at that time, or one of the best. I know there's a PS2 and Sauce and those guys, but he was considered one of those guys. Yeah, Pelissaro says that any team claiming him would have to pay $472,222 or just let him be a free agent and pick him up. But there's got to be a reason here.
So I'm reading right now. I'm reading it on the fly here. It says, it appears Diggs and the Cowboys were headed for a potential divorce earlier this month when the two sides disagreed over whether or not the cornerback should be activated off IR or not. And it just went away from me here. Yeah. Diggs played in the first 6 games of the season before an accident in his home landed him in concussion protocol. Dallas placed him on IR after re-aggravating a knee injury, but he returned to the lineup in Week 16. And Diggs said he was healthy enough to play versus the Minnesota Vikings in Week 15, but was not allowed to do so by the team. So a little Max Crosby,
Max Crosby
Vegas Raiders situation there. I don't know, though, man. I mean, listen, has there been a franchise that has put up with more eye roll or weird dramatic stuff from star players? And Trayvon Diggs, he's a $100 million cornerback.
Yeah.
He was at the top of his position for a time. Fits in that category that puts up with more of a circus than Jerry Jones, but you're going to draw a line here for a team that's always, in theory, competing to win a Super Bowl in their own minds, even if it's never going to happen. That surprises me. And I think obviously people are going to draw lines to, okay, was there some kind of connection here? Was Trayvon involved or in the vicinity at all of whatever Stefon Diggs is going through, and maybe they're trying to avoid any collateral damage, but it feels like it has to be more than that, right?
Yeah,
this is
it
weird.
does. By the way, looking at some of the Stefon stuff, apparently his lawyer was in court for him today. His lawyer said they're trying to settle this, quote, as we speak, we're working to come to an agreement
I bet you are.
on that, which is a civil case, and they're trying to pay the alleged victim off so it goes away. The veteran wide receiver is currently scheduled to be arraigned on Friday, January 23rd. That would be 2 days before the AFC Championship game is scheduled to be played. They're proclaiming his innocence, that this is a wrong accusation, and it will be settled in a timely manner from the Diggs side of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all pretty straightforward, and we obviously want to be, careful about speculating or anything of that nature.
You're still innocent until proven guilty,
yes,
right?
Everything is alleged, and it's all. But clearly, there's been some turbulence and some things that have led to this statement from the New England Patriots, this case being brought forth on Stefon Diggs. I don't know, and it sounds like on the initial reporting that this move with Trayvon is not in relation to that, but
it sounds like different football philosophies, and they don't like it.
Yeah, different. The timing is certainly quirky.
Yeah,
but yeah, the Diggs family certainly having a hell of an afternoon.
I mean, it's
tough. 1,000 miles apart.
Like with Stefon, you don't ever want to paint someone guilty, especially with a charge like that. I mean, that's some serious stuff. We're talking about a felony, guys. He's not getting a slap on the wrist if he's found guilty. He's going to jail if he's found guilty.
Yeah.
But it's like, the guy, we have the video from the beginning of the season where he's doing blow on a boat with a bunch of ladies and
pink substance.
Right. I mean, not hard to figure out what it is.
Nope.
So it's just tough to give a guy that kind of walks on that side of life benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
we all should, but I'm telling you, it's just difficult.
Yeah. Well, again, sometimes your public perception is out of your control.
100%.
You can't control what people say or think or do in relation to you. But there are also things that you do that can contribute to that in a negative way. And I think Stefon Diggs has stepped on a couple of PR landmines of his own, volition. He wasn't, put up to it. To each their own. Everybody lives their own life. It's got nothing to do with me. Whatever happens or doesn't happen to Stefon Diggs doesn't impact my life in any way. But obviously, if there is if there is things that have gone on here that are illegal in nature, and the things that are being put forth come to light and be true, then there needs to be accountability for that. You know what I mean? You do bad things, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Right.
You do bad things, you pay consequences for them.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how it all shakes out.
By the way, one quick text here from an Arizona tribe member. Throw your name on here so we can give you a shout out, AZ. Says, fantasy punishment. Remember the ESPN body issue where athletes posed nude? The loser of our league had to do a pose like that.
No.
A pose of the champion's choosing. Our league is called centerfold.
Dude, I'd rather do a shot collar. My man. I swear, because photos,
they're there forever.
Live forever, dude.
Oh,
and
dude.
like, no matter how many times in that group chat, it's like, hey, everyone deleted the photos. We swear, blah, blah, blah. Nope. That somebody's got that thing on a flash drive, in a folder on their phone, and they're just waiting for the right opportunity.
You know what I'm doing? I'm waiting for it. I'm going to go.
Myself included, by the way, if I'm in that group.
Hey, have they had a wedding yet?
Yeah.
I'm going to make a speech that day.
Exactly. Like, oh, I'm the best man at your wedding?
Yeah.
Oh, here's what 150 of of your closest friends and family and hers are about to find out.
Hope you're tight with her dad, because he's about to know you real well.
And then I'm gonna put it side by side with Marquise Pouncey, whose thing you copied, to show how ridiculous you look.
Oh, that's a good one. That might be one of my favorites that we've seen so
great.
far.
Give me the dog collar. Give me the dog collar.
Oh, that is awesome. I love it. Keep telling us what your punishments are for last place in your fantasy football league. It's been a ton of fun so far today. All right, hour 3 done. Let's go to quarter number 4, getting back to a Broncos conversation. Does Sean Payton have that same Super Bowl energy he had to start the year now that the regular season is winding down? And do we really believe Bo Nix is afraid of dogs? I've got a theory about this latest story on Bo coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage? Seeing your hard-earned money fly out the window? Well, at CakeHome.com, you can stop it today. CakeHome.com is offering the lowest mortgage rates in years. What's up, everybody? It's Cecil. CakeHome.com's rate reduction home loan program has slashed your high house payments by hundreds of dollars a month for their customers. Lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.995% APR, and you can even close within 2 weeks, and often with no appraisal needed. And did I say you can skip your next 2 house payments entirely? Well, you can. And listen up, these low rates might not last, so call CakeHome.com now for a free, no obligation quote. I'm telling you, CakeHome.com is the best. It's a fresh start. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Cake Mortgage Corp., Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Bring in the new year with DU basketball. The fun starts New Year's Eve with men's hoops at 2 p.m. versus Kansas City, and continues New Year's Day with women's hoops at 2 p.m. versus North Dakota. Tickets only $10, and party favors will be provided. Fun for the entire family.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastry at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
And here's Zach By and Philip Lindsay, and those boys are going to get you home today. If you're a late starter, second shifter, and you don't get off work before 6, that's all good. We've got Denver Sports tonight. We are live. We are local pretty much every weekday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., and we're giving you our takes, our thoughts on all things Denver sports. And we get to have our own opinions. Our bosses don't creep on our rundowns and tell us what we can and can't say like they do at the other joints. So we appreciate you being here with us. You have any strange, funny fantasy football punishments? We're asking you to share some of those today on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Did you see the latest one?
No.
303-713-1043 to complete the number. Mike Tyson henna face tattoo.
Oh, no.
The 23-year-old female office manager who didn't even want to be in the league had to do it.
Oh, no.
She was a trooper, though, and took it like a pro. Now, I didn't
23?
I didn't lose a fantasy football punishment, Josh.
Oh.
But I did do the Mike Tyson face
tattoo.
I
remember this. Yes.
When I was in Vegas.
Yes.
I was in Las Vegas for a work event, ironically. And I did it of my own volition. I bought fake Mike Tyson tattoos, and I put it on myself. It wasn't henna because you have to have that like applied. But the best part about it was,
does henna? It still comes off if it's henna at some point.
It's a longer form temporary tattoo, and so I know.
I love that drop so much.
I couldn't get it off.
Really?
I had to scrub my face with a hotel washcloth so hard.
And those are clean too.
Yeah, exactly. So hard with like their cheap soap that I actually gave myself road rash on my face from it. I'm trying to like frantically find the picture.
I think I remember seeing a photo of you with it.
I did it just to like as a joke amongst our coworkers, and I was at a hotel bar there, sportsbook out there, and I was like, we were all going to meet up, and I broke off. I was like, I'm going to break off from the pack. I'm not going to meet up with them till the next morning. And the next time they see me, I'm going to have this tattoo. And for at least 3 seconds from far away, they're going to wonder if I did something stupid.
Yeah.
And it worked. But I also spent the whole night at that sports book in the bar, and I was the most popular guy in the building.
I bet.
People were buying drinks. They were wanting to take photos. I was like, this actually might have been like the best move of the trip.
Was a good conversation starter.
But yeah, having to have road rash in the shape of that tattoo from scrubbing it so hard was humbling a little bit.
That poor girl who didn't even want to be in the league. It's probably one of her boyfriends just like, we need one more. Come on, I'll help you with it. And then gets last place. By the way, the centerfold guy, that has to do an ESPN naked pose. Or
That is psychotic.
He said his name's Cole. He won it, so he gets to pick this year. He's going with tennis pose. I'm imagining like you're about to serve, you know? Like
how's your leg position though? Is my thing. Like, is it a stride?
Right.
Because if you're swinging a tennis racket, you're very exposed
also,
in your midsection.
Does the loser have like a 2-week like I'm fasting, I'm doing sit-ups, you know what I mean? I'm
oh yeah,
working out,
how much lead into is like? Can they just show up at your house and be like, today's the day?
Time to
drop
get naked.
them,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Or do you get like a date where you can work out and like dehydrate yourself like a bodybuilder?
That's really good. That is really, really good. So keep them coming. Your worst fantasy punishments. I really like that. Now, we could say if Bo Nix were to lose his fantasy league, he has to get like a dog.
He has to adopt a dog.
He has to be a dog parent because apparently it's something we learned over the weekend thanks to Kirk Herbstreit and his dog, Peter. The Bo Nix is not a big fan of dogs. Would barely even pet Peter, and it was kind of like Kurt's goal to get Bo over to pet him. And if you saw
figure, Kirk Herbstreit trotting his dog around.
Yeah, and how about Kurt having the
lack of self-awareness
of saying, if I ever get into this for clickbait, I'm out. You bring your dog everywhere to get people to listen and watch you.
I am such a dog person, like through and through. Love dogs, always will. But Kirk Herbstreit is the only person that I've ever had that's made me be like, okay, I've had enough of the dog. Like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good on it.
Kurt is something else. But, so you saw that, Bo's like, oh, my wife's not going to believe that I'm petting this dog. She's never going to believe it. I have my own little theory here.
Okay.
Now, I'm not a cat person, right? I don't want a cat in my house. I just don't like cats. I had same thing, like you were talking about in the break. My sister had a cat when we were kids. It scratched my face off while I was sleeping, and I wanted to destroy that cat. So I just don't mess with cats. I think this is a theory from Bo. My theory on this is that Bo is using this as we can't get a dog. I'm scared of dogs. Like, I'm sure Mrs. Nix is like, I want a pup. Now they have a baby on the way, so maybe it's changed. But like, who doesn't want a nice little puppy, right? That's a lot of girls. Like, oh, we just want a puppy. Reason I have a wiener dog right now is because my lady talked me into getting a puppy. I've fallen in love with it, but I didn't really want a dog up front. I think this is the Bo Nix move to throw the wife's scent off. He's not really afraid of dogs. He just doesn't want a dog.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want the responsibility in his home. So how do you tell Mrs. Nix, hey, I don't want a dog, without breaking her heart? You tell her, I'm deathly afraid of dogs.
That's a conspiracy theory that I did not see coming.
Did you watch the whole video, Josh?
Oh, maybe not. I thought I did.
He was attacked by a dog when he was a kid.
We wondered that.
Yeah,
and they had a dog as a family, and then once that dog passed away,
right? I heard him say
never
that
had
they had one dog as a family.
Okay, because I did watch the whole video, and I remember hearing that. But so it was like a serious attack.
Must have been something that scared him enough.
But that's what I think it has to be. I had a friend growing up named Mike Rounds, and he left our apartment in Federal Heights. Shout out Federal Heights, huh, Kev? If you're in Federal Heights right now, leave.
Run now.
Yeah, get out. And he was leaving our apartment in Federal Heights to walk home after we played, NBA Live 94 for 5 hours and got attacked by a dog. Like attacked. Missed school, had multiple facial surgeries because it had to be reconstructed.
Yeah.
Mike Rounds should be afraid of dogs the rest of his life.
Yep.
Did Bo Nix get it like that? Or did he get bit on the pinky and have to get a rabies shot?
Also makes me feel differently. Shout out to the, the 5870 on the text line. Also, Ramoslaw.com text line. Makes me feel differently about the overdogs label, right?
We're the overdogs.
We're just championing that? Do you think he has to gulp before he's
the dogs? It gives him the feeling.
Can you have that dog in you? If you're afraid of dogs.
Great question.
Can you have that dog in you
Kevin?
if you're afraid of dogs,
You're
Kev?
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I know he has said he feels like a psycho late in games, like when it's a close game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's his replacement word.
Psycho instead of
Instead of
DAWG.
dog, yeah.
Yeah, because there's not another ant I got that shark in me. Yeah. You know what I mean? I got that T-Rex in me, son. There's not an animal. It's like you're a dog. You got that dog in you with the DAWG. Yeah,
So
exactly.
I think he gets a bit of a pass if it was an attack because that's a big moment in someone's life. I got like attacked by a bird once, and I've never really liked birds, so I can sort of relate.
I'm not a big bird fan.
I thought I was actually helping. There was a bird hurt, and I'm like, I'm going to pick it up, move it to a safer place, then call animal control. And when I went to go pick up...
I got attacked by a peacock
said
once.
bird, they started like dive bombing me.
I got attacked by a peacock once.
At the zoo?
At a former colleague here at the station's house. Kevin knows what I'm talking about. I think Kevin might have been there.
They had a peacock at their house?
Their mother had a peacock.
As like a
at
pet?
their house.
It wasn't like
it had like an enclosure in the back, and I volunteered at their request to go pet the peacock, and that thing went full Jurassic World on me. And
Where do you get a peacock to have at your house?
I'm assuming it's a black market thing. I don't know. There's got to be an underground bird
NBC
sale.
sells them like crazy. They got to.
That's right. It was a TV network promotion. Yeah. Download you can have 12 months free of a Peacock subscription or a live Peacock. And yeah, I've never at any point other than that, up to that point in my life, thought about a peacock's feet.
Yeah.
Their talons. Those things are velociraptors.
Really?
Peacock, it like flared up at me and kind of like was flapping it because they don't fly. Do they fly? They have to fly because it was in a caged like enclosure.
That's like keeping it grounded.
Yeah. So that thing kind of fluttered up at me, and I saw those talons, and I was like, "Oh, this is like a Chris Pratt movie. This is I am like the Velociraptor guy." But yeah, I also got.
Peacocks do fly.
They do.
Yeah.
As soon as I said it, I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Yeah. I also got attacked by a bird at a zoo.
Really?
Attacked.
You should stay away from birds.
Attacked is a strong word. I think I'm not going to use the word that I was going to use because it's I kind of got put in my place by a bird.
Okay.
Maybe is a good way to say it. Because it was at the San Diego Zoo. I was there with
all-time great zoo.
Girlfriend. All-time great zoo.
Yeah.
Best zoo I've ever been to. And it was in like a rare bird enclosure. We're just fully down a rabbit hole at this point.
That's okay. It's fun.
And you go in there, right? And it's all these like exotic rare birds, and you walk through their little tree enclosure and all that stuff. And they give you these little cups full of like stuff that the birds like to eat. It's not like seed. It's like
right.
It's like sticky substance.
Okay.
It's like sugary kind of whatever.
Some of that real sticky, icky.
Yeah, they like to eat it.
All right.
And so you go there, and the birds will come up and land on your arm and like eat it. It's supposed to be like this immersive thing.
Yeah.
Well, I had a bird, a large bird, like objectively bigger, body as big as a loaf of bread, I would say. Kind of land on my shoulder area, but I was out of cup stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I had nothing to offer said bird. Well, for whatever reason, this bird started coming up to my face, and it was like pecking at my head a little bit. And it like nipped at my ear, like gently.
Yeah,
It wasn't like drawing blood. And it like literally was sticking its beak in my ear, like looking for more stuff. And all I wanted to do was go full on like Bruce Lee and get this bird off me. But I'm like, this bird is worth more than my life probably to this zoo, and I'm not going to pay damages to the bird. So I had to kind of just
take it,
just like let it happen and hope that it went. And I was like, but yeah, like this bird had full control over me because he knew that I couldn't hurt him.
You were assaulted that day.
A little bit. That's the word I was going to use, but I wanted to be sensitive. Because that's a trigger word. But yes, I was kind of assaulted by a bird in a zoo.
One texter saying, I got attacked by a moose. Do I win? As long as you didn't provoke the moose by trying to take a selfie with it, yeah, you win.
Yeah, there's some context there, but have you ever seen a moose up close?
They're intimidating.
Bro.
They will kill all
I've seen videos, like you see videos of like in Alaska where like moose are like walking by the highway and the cars driving by look like Hot Wheels next to this moose, even though it's like a sedan. I got to see a moose. I was up at our buddy Dan Jacobs. He's got a condo in Steamboat. And I saw a moose up in person there after a few adult beverages. And I was like, oh my God. And then I realized it was a baby because then mom came around the corner and I was like, oh my God.
Wow.
That's one of those ones where I was like, I'm going to happily social distance myself from this animal.
I got to jam up Dan Jacobs about a condo and steamboat now. I just learned that.
303 Law 4040.
I'll be texting that later, DJ. All right, let's get back to the Broncos. Richie, I want to talk to you about Courtland Sutton. Drops were a major problem last week for Court. It's been a problem for the Broncos all year. We worried about that going into the postseason, or was it just a bad day for wide receiver 1? We'll answer that next.
I'm a peacock! You gotta let me fly!
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA.
provider prescription required. See website for details.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about these Denver Broncos and one player specifically in Courtland Sutton. Now, he had a few drops last week. They still won the football game as they were playing a third-string quarterback, but it could have looked a whole lot different. In fact, I think Bo's numbers would have looked a whole lot different had Courtland been able to hold on to the football. Yeah, I heard it on the broadcast on Christmas night that the Broncos lead the league in drops. Courtland's been responsible for a few of those, but everybody has had their hand in not catching football. So, Richie, the tribe, is this Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy? I want to ask that question. I want to kick that idea around. Is anybody worried about Courtland Sutton or the drop rate of these Denver Broncos? Or when it comes to Court specifically, do you just go, bad day, bad hand day for wide receiver number one? That's where I want to go. Hey, you don't hold it against him. He is their best option on the outside. So it's not like he's going to get punished by missing some time. And this hasn't been a real big problem of Courtland Sutton's career. Has he had some drops? Yeah, absolutely. Name me a wide receiver that hasn't. If you have one, I'll tell you that you're lying. Everybody has drops from time to time. The timely ones he had last week just hurt. That one crosser that I'm thinking about that was deflected up into the air and it was almost intercepted for Bo's second interception of that Christmas night. If he catches that ball, he probably has enough speed to beat everybody to the pylon. And then how different do we feel about that game with an extra touchdown or a field goal drive there without the drop? So, Richie, today, now drop a few balls in the playoffs and I'll be swearing at my television, but today on December 30th, I'm going to chalk that up to a bad day and not really hold it against Courtland moving forward.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you look at 10 targets to come away with 4 receptions in a game that you won by 1 touchdown for a team that was starting a third-string quarterback. You know, you can start to pile up maybe what contributes to where, but that's obviously not ideal. A 40% catch rate when you're getting double-digit targets is rough. Yeah,
right?
It is. He had a 50% catch rate. He went 6 receptions on 12 targets in the loss against Jacksonville, right? But by and large, if you're looking at Courtland Sutton's season, 7 catches on 10 targets, 6 catches on 10 targets, 5 catches on 6 targets. You know, then there's some that are like 4 for 8, you know, whatever. But by and large, it feels like he's on the right side of that catch rate, drop rate spectrum when you're looking at the game as a whole. I think there have been some standout drops that have maybe magnified certain things. But I also think the hallmark of Courtland Sutton's tenure as a Bronco has been kind of twofold. On the early stage, pre-injury, pre-knee injury for Courtland, he was the 50-50 ball king. He was throw it up there and I'll go get it, and he had that athleticism. And now, post ACL and knee injury, he doesn't necessarily have some of the same speed and maybe that 50-50 ball ability that he does when he was a young receiver in 2018, 2019. But, man, if he's not Mr. Reliable and the receiving core for this team, like when it's 3rd and 7 on a gotta-have-it drive, Courtland Sutton is the read. And more often than not, if I'm going back in my Rolodex, he makes those catches.
You're right.
Now, it's not to say that some of these drops couldn't happen at an inopportune time like that. That's why you'd like to minimize the amount of them overall. But I am going to be hesitant to really start to pile on Courtland Sutton in a lot of ways, similar to why I have gained a little bit of a different respect for Sean Payton over the course of this season because of the way he's backed up some of those comments. There was so much discourse and speculation, Josh, about Courtland Sutton. Is he a wide receiver 1 in the NFL? How many teams would he be the one wide receiver? And what I think he's shown over the course of this season now in his second full season with Bo Nix is that most of that chatter and discourse doesn't matter. He's the Broncos wide receiver 1, and he is a good wide receiver. He is a top 5, for all intents and purposes, receiver in the history of the Denver Broncos. He is right in terms when you talk about yardage and production. He's right there. I think he's 6th right now.
I know he's climbing a lot this year.
He's in the top 10. I think he's like 6th
Definitely
or 7th.
Top 10, yeah.
Because he just passed Ed McCaffrey, if I'm not mistaken, who was right on the fringe of that top 5. So, again, just
think about that. He's going to be a top 5 wide receiver.
He is set up to play the entirety of his football career as a Denver Bronco and finish as a top 5 and maybe not even 5 receiver in Denver Broncos history. Just like we said about the Denver Broncos, you can't be a bad 13-win team in the NFL. Like, if you've won 13 out of 16 in this case, or eventually 17, if they're a 14-3 team when they beat the Chargers, they being the Broncos, even if you're the worst 14-3 team in the history of the National Football League, you won 14 out of 17 games.
Yeah.
And that's just hard to do. I don't know that you can be a top 5 caliber productive receiver in the history of a franchise that's one of the OG franchises in the NFL and not be a good football player. So
it's fair.
I'm really trying to view things through that lens when it comes to Courtland Sutton and say, hey, I'd like to have a catch here instead of a drop, or I'd like to have converted there instead of a stalled drive because of it, et cetera, et cetera. There's going to be things that are going to be better, but I'm not going to beat him up too much over it until, I suppose, it happens in a critical moment and situation, in which case it's justifiable to say, hey, you're Mark Andrews for the Ravens. Mark Andrews makes that catch.
You ended our season.
Right. So if that's what it comes down to, then maybe that's a different evaluation, but I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
Okay. I think that's very fair. I think that's well said. Like I said, it's not been this moment. I'm remembering that crosser because I think it's a touchdown if he catches it, but you still win. So it's like no harm, no foul with that play. And I think he's going to show up and show out when the lights are the brightest come the divisional round after they get done with their first round bye. All right, I do have one more Broncos question for you about Jaleel McLaughlin and his presence as of late, what that has earned him going into the playoffs. We'll ask that question, answer that question, and then get you the latest on Nikola Jokic and his knee injury coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
12 months from now, you'll either wish you had started or you'll be celebrating a healthier, younger feeling you, and Soda Weight Loss makes the second option the one you need to take. Soda helps retrain your metabolism. No drugs, no injections, no mystery chemicals, just science-backed nutrition, real food, and real coaches who guide you every step of the way. Clients routinely hit life-changing milestones within weeks. Better sleep, lower blood pressure, reduced inflammation, and confidence that feels brand new. I often say, nothing tastes better than skinny, and thank you for making me healthy, SodaWeightLoss.com. No hunger, no guesswork, just results. I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat because of SodaWeightLoss.com. And this January, the deal of the year. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Bring a partner, pay for one, and transform together. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
All of us at Williams Jewelers are proud to have been chosen as the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
You see, we're Denver's experts when it comes to ice.
The ice that you wear. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find Denver's largest selection of truly fine diamonds and diamond jewelry.
From our legendary Williams Diamond Bar, with almost every size, shape, and price range of GIA-graded natural diamonds,
to diamond engagement rings, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, to necklaces and diamond earrings, our selection is stunning.
And Williams Martini Diamond Studs are a must for every woman, and we stock every size and price range.
So, if you want to be the star player of the game,
if you want to make the ultimate power play,
give her the only ice that lasts forever. Diamonds from Williams Jewelers.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Imagine your home quieter, cooler, and more beautiful with the new Infinity from Marvin windows. Right now, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off. These aren't ordinary windows. They're built to outlast, outperform, and turn heads. Family owned since 1973, trusted across Colorado, and they never cut corners. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Don't delay. Quality costs less than regret.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk the Joker situation. Before we do that, I want to wrap up our Broncos conversation. We were talking about Cortland's drops, where they're at, us still having some trust in 14 as we get ready for the playoffs. The other question I want to ask on this roster, and with J.K. Dobbins being out, I know there's some hope that people are hanging on to of him returning for Super Bowl 60 if the Broncos are fortunate enough to end up there in Santa Clara. My question to Richie Carney, who's sitting in for Cease, and to those of you out there in the tribe, love your answers on the RamosLaw.com text line. 303-713-1043, or then the same deal over on YouTube. Denver Sports YouTube page. Subscribe while you're there. And then hit that Dover and Cecil stream. You're in just like that. Jaleel McLaughlin, Richie. He's a guy that, I'll be honest, I didn't have a lot of hope for that guy coming into this year because what did he give you last year? He couldn't break one tackle. It's like, oh, the dude's crazy and dangerous in space. Really? There's one guy out there who seems to tackle him every single time. Right. But I'll give Jaleel a little bit more credit. I was telling Cecil last week, I think he's actually started to use his smaller frame to his advantage, where you follow those big bodies into a scrum, pick the right hole, and then you're bouncing out of that scrum. And maybe it's not the house call that everybody wants from a speedster like Jaleel, but it's that, hey, he's good for 1 or 2, 10, 11, 15-yard runs every single week because of that, utilizing his body in the right way. So with what we've seen over the last few weeks, which is minor signs of improvement, does that warrant more opportunity to carry the football? Or is he got the perfect porridge right now, right in front of him with what he can handle?
I personally am okay with the porridge recipe as it stands because overall I think we have stopped hand-wringing as much about the running back room and the run game as a whole without J.K. Dobbins in recent weeks. Mm-hmm. And that to me is a win because it's never going to be as good as it was with J.K. Dobbins. That's why he was the starter. That's why they went out and signed him after drafting R.J. Harvey and changing out that RB room. So knowing that it's probably not going to be from a production standpoint week to week as good, the fact that it's not something that we're immediately pointing to as like, well, there's a reason why it was a tight game or why they lost or whatever, is a win for me. I, like you, was not super high on Jaleel McLaughlin going into this season, in part because I felt like I had watched the movie already. Yeah. Jaleel McLaughlin had every opportunity to take the hold of the running back room last year when Javonte Williams was basically willing to give it to anybody, and everybody got a shot, including Audric Estime, who I don't even know is on an active roster right now. I think he's bounced around to a couple different teams. Might be with the Saints.
Saints, yep. Kevin just said it.
Yeah, might be with the Saints. He was with the Eagles, and then they dropped him, and now he's with the Saints. So Jaleel McLaughlin had the opportunity to do that, and Sean Payton was like, he changed our whole roster plans, right, and all that stuff. And it just didn't materialize in any kind of consistent fashion. So I was a little down on Jaleel going into this year, and I remember having the conversation with Mike, and he was like, when JK went down, he was like, give me more Jaleel. I want to see more Jaleel. I'm like, I want to see almost anything but. And I say that respectfully because I like Jaleel. But there seeming to be something that's kind of clicking with that room as a whole. And obviously RJ Harvey is going to get his due. That's Sean's boy. Yep, exactly. Especially when it gets in that lower red zone area, like RJ's going to get those looks either in the passing game or the run game. But if there's opportunities between the 20s and Sean Payton, who has shown and been able to flex a little bit more of his scheme work as an offensive mind this year with Bo Nix than he did last year, and that opens up opportunities for Jaleel that maybe could even go to like a Marvin Mims as two smaller speed guys that can make plays in space, I'm fine with that. I mean, he's had, 12 touches for 80 yards or so in his last 2 games. He averaged 7.4 yards per carry against the Jags and 5.7 against the Chiefs.
Those are great numbers.
Yeah, but there's also the 2.0, 3.2. You know what I mean? Like that's
anything north of 5 is outstanding. Anything south of 3 is awful.
Yeah, and so we've seen both. We're trending in the right direction now, and I don't think that always means you should pour more gasoline on the fire. I think that we fall into that trap sometimes of like, look, excuse me. Look how good this is. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. It's one thing when it's J.K. Dobbins who's rushing for 6 yards to carry every time he touches the football and Sean's not giving him the opportunity.
And has a 4-year history of that.
And a proven track record of being a quality rusher. Than it is to say like, oh, well, this is working now, so maybe we should double Jaleel's touches, get him 12, 14 carries a game. I just think that brings the average down, and you get a diminishing return.
Well, and I've said this all season, and early it was JK and RJ, then it was RJ and Jaleel, then it was RJ, Jaleel, Tyler, and now it seems to be narrowed down to RJ, Jaleel, and Tyler Bidet still getting his opportunities, mostly in pass protection settings. But RJ's gotten better at that too, so you can kind of eliminate Tyler Bidet from the equation and get more continuity going with your 2 backs. Richie, I've said this throughout the season. I told you how I feel about Jaleel. We're on the same page with that. And then 2, it's Sean. I don't think Sean Payton can handle two running backs that are rolling at the same time and give them equal splits. Because it was the Jags game where both RJ and Jaleel were averaging north of 7 yards a carry. And then he just didn't give them enough touches because I think he was trying to find a healthy balance between the two of them instead of like, all right, this guy's got it today even more than this other guy who's rolling, and I got to give him more bulk of the carries. So that's also a concern of mine. If you want to get more backs involved, can Sean Payton handle that balance?
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Because this came up on our YouTube stream earlier. I was asked to ask you this question.
Okay.
And it centers around Sean Payton. And what you just said there kind of re-triggered it in my mind and reminded me. You've asked me about Sean Payton, and we're talking about, how he sounded before the season compared to how he started now. You, I think, would be happy to admit that you've been pretty critical of Sean at different junctures of this season, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tweeted out, I remember, like, the Broncos have a Sean Payton problem.
I did.
And all that stuff. And we're reacting to these things on a game-by-game, week-by-week basis, and we're kind of using the body of work to develop an overall overarching opinion. Where are you at with Sean Payton right now?
I've given him a lot of credit for how he's changed, and I still want a healthier run-pass split. So what has happened here is because he's not going to change in his ways, I'm changing in mine. I want it to be a healthy balance of run-pass split. What we've decided on this show is that equals 7 or less difference. So the run-pass split, 50-50 is a perfect game call, right? That's not going to happen, not just with Sean Payton. That's just not going to happen in the NFL today. But if Sean can have 7 or fewer runs, and no more than that, than passes, I think that's a really, really good game plan from Sean Payton. I don't think any quarterback should throw the ball 45 times a game. I damn sure don't think Bo Nix should be throwing the ball 45 times a game. So when he gets into that world, that's when I'm critical again. But who he's been as of late, and honestly, I can circle a date since November 6th. After November 6th, and it was Sean's self-admission, my game plan sucked for that game. I'm quoting him, guys.
Yeah.
Since then, I don't think there's a lot of room for me to stand on and be critical of Sean Payton because he's changed a little bit of his ways, and Bo has been better, to Bo's credit as well. But when Bo shines, Sean looks good. When Sean shines, Bo looks good. They're a pair. They're a package together. So I've given him a bunch of credit for turning it around.
And I firmly believe, as some people don't, certainly not on our YouTube chat or our RamosLaw.com text line, I am a firm believer that new information brings new evaluation and new opinions. You are allowed to adjust and adapt to your thoughts on things when other variables and situations and factors come into play.
You know what happens if we don't change our opinion with new information? We all die. Because we're going to kill each other arguing over stupid things.
Right.
So why wouldn't that be your philosophy? I get it. If you want to dig your heels in, by all means, dig your heels in. But yeah, I'm not going to roll like that. I'm not married to every single one of my takes. When there's new information, I'll change my take.
Shout out to Michael Rodriguez on the YouTube chat.
I
was going back through. He was the one that asked me to ask you that question. I was trying to scroll back and find his name, and he just responded.
Yeah, I like that. I didn't want to give them any time because they're trolls on the internet, but a few people tried to get at me when the Broncos won the division on Saturday night. They were tweeting me old tweets. Like they were
giving you the Marilat treatment.
Yeah. Oh,
old takes exposed.
Gross. I don't want that. But yeah, they were. They were. God bless those people that have time to go back on someone else's Twitter account to find old tweets. Maybe talk to the opposite sex is my opinion. All right, let's get back to the Nikola Jokic injury and an update on where he is and how we feel about what the next month could look like. I want to get into that, but I also have a couple of Christmas-esque questions for Richie Carney next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At CakeHome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver's.
Lindsay coming in here at 2. Those boys will get you home. Already saw Philip Lindsay out there in the hallway doing his thing. Those guys get you from 2 to 6. Denver Sports Tonight. Most weeknights get you from 6 to 7. And then you can find podcasts and all the good stuff that comes on DenverSports.com. Find our podcast there. Search Dover and Cecil, wherever it is you find your podcast, and you can get it on demand anytime you'd like. We're there for you. We appreciate you guys rolling with us. Kevin does a great job getting that audio podcast out like 3 minutes after the hour is up and the show is done. You can get all of it right there on demand. All right, your final thoughts, your final fantasy football punishments, all that good stuff we've been talking about today. If you've got any of those, hit us up, 303-713-1043. All we ask is that you put the name on the end of your text on the RamosLaw.com text line, and over on YouTube, well, you got to come up with a clever little name for yourself before you start. But that is DenverSports.com's YouTube page, the Dover and Cecil stream. Hit that subscribe button for us while you're over there and help us get our YouTube popping a little bit more. I wanted to get into a couple things before we dive back into the Nikola Jokic injury. We're going to spend a bunch of time talking with Zach and Phil about that. Going back to the Avs, we talked about their power play problem. That's the third time I've had a problem saying that. Love what Richie Carney did earlier, who's sitting in for Cease, called it the Megan Fox thumb situation, which I thought was a good comp, right? Like, they are the hot girl. He's got weird thumbs. It's weird power play. You just kind of deal with that as the time goes on. They also asked something on the Avs broadcast last night that I thought was kind of fun, and we'll just steal it from them. Kevin, I want you in on this too. How do you feel about re-gifting? I don't know how much you were watching the Avs intermission stuff and all that, but at some point they were doing asking Avs players, like, is re-gifting okay? And it was a pretty solid split. Like, half of them were like, oh, well, maybe they know somebody that really wanted that gift and were willing to sacrifice theirs. And the others were like, oh, no, that's super lazy and weird. That's kind of what Nathan McKinnon said. Like, nope, not acceptable. That's lazy. That's weird. Where are you on re-gifting?
Well, first off, when I think re-gifting, I think of old school. When he's like giving him the wedding present back, he's like, are you sure this model?
Yeah.
No, you can't re-gift unless it's like someone that, like, if you're with your dad's side of the family,
okay,
you can't re-gift that present like a month later to someone on that side of the family.
Right.
Now, like, if you were to give it to like Cecil,
who would never know,
yeah, then I think that could be okay. Like a panini maker or something.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. Worst gift Stokely ever received.
Yeah, something like that. Then you can maybe re-gift it, but you can't. If you're gonna re-gift, it's got to be like the top-notch secret.
Yeah.
Like, no one knows you're re-gifting.
See, I think it's like sides of the family. I think you're spot on there. Like,
yeah.
All right, this side doesn't know what I got. I'm gonna give it to this side.
Right.
Save myself a couple of bucks.
Right.
Richie, what say you on re-gifting? Is that against all Christmas rules, or are you cool with it?
No, I'm for it. Now, there's circles. There's circles to things, right? Like, if you're going to re-gift, you got to keep that outside the ecosphere.
Yeah, that's what he said. Different families, different
like
parties,
you want some
homes.
distance between the original gifter and whoever's potentially re-gifting. And I think there maybe has to be a little bit of a subtlety of, like, maybe you don't post this on your social media that I got you this.
Well, if somebody asks you that, then you're like, why? What's the reasoning behind that?
Exactly. Like, let's just keep this between you and me, man.
That's when you tell me, like, I didn't get everybody something, but I got you this. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, exactly. You make them feel special.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I think that ultimately you're buying someone a gift because you hope that they use it, right?
Yeah.
Or that they want it. But if they're not going to, for whatever reason, maybe it doesn't fit what they need, what they're looking for. Maybe they're stuck up. Maybe they're bougie and they just don't like your taste and things, whatever. But ultimately, wouldn't you just rather it go to someone that is going to use it, and then it's like it fulfills the purpose of why you bought it in the first place? Then it's like, that's great, I'm going to keep this, but you're never going to see me use it. I'm not going to take it out, because isn't that the thing? Like, you buy somebody, like a family member, like a shirt or like a cool mug or something, and like when you go see that person, you're kind of like, oh, maybe I'll get to see. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not out on the counter, or like they never wear it, or it's like you see it in the recycle bin. You're like, wait. So me personally, I'm like, listen, if you don't want it or you don't like it, return it.
Okay.
Return it or do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
I just want it to be something positive for you.
Mm-hmm. That's how I'm under the impression of, you gift me something. You or Kevin give me a gift. It's mine now. And I can do with that whatever I want.
Right.
And you can't be mad, you can't be sad, or you can't be upset. If I want to re-gift it to Dante, because I like Dante's mustache today, then it's what I can do,
Just today?
Yeah, I like when he's got like the kind of the grizzle hanging on.
It's the heavy 5 o'clock shadow with the mustache. So it's like a pseudo beard, kind of.
Yeah. That's Dante, you kind of got like a good cop face when you got the kind of the grizzle going on with the mustache. Like, if you flashed a badge, I'd be like, whoa, watch out for this guy. Yeah, that's right. So re-gifting, we're all for. Another Christmas question real fast. Richie, are you under the impression? Now, I've asked Cecil this, who has lived here his entire life.
In Roxborough.
I thought this was just a known rule for all folks that call Colorado home. Christmas decorations. Are they done already? Down after this weekend because it's the new year? Or, as we will do in my household forever, you put those things up until the stock show is over. And when the stock show is done, down come your Christmas decorations. How did we all forget that?
Oh, see, I knew it had to come. 1:54. we were 5 minutes. I was 5 minutes away from a potentially clean upset or a clean escape. I think that usually when I sit in, there's always a moment that ends up exposing me for not liking or appreciating or partaking in no, not bah humbug. Christmas is the best, but in like a tradition or like a Colorado staple type of thing that I just like whatever. I always end up getting exposed for something. I don't care about the stock show tradition. I'll take those things down right after Christmas.
Thank you.
I don't care. Like, I don't care. It's like, now this year was weird because I was traveling for Christmas. So like,
oh yeah, you went to see family, right?
I show out for Christmas. Like I got decorations in my lawn. I got lights.
Yeah.
I got all this stuff. But with the wind stuff that we were having the week before Christmas,
good point,
and the fact that I was going to be traveling over the week of Christmas, both before and after, no one was going to be there to like turn them on and off. So I took a lot of that stuff down before I left.
Okay.
But then in terms of like the internal decorations, I think it kind of just depends. I think a lot of people have ladies that maybe want to get their house back in order once Christmas is over, right? They want to get rid of the presents, get rid of the boxes, have the living room back and settled and put everything back away. And that's nice. And if that's your prerogative, go ahead. I'm not going to tell, like Zach Bio always says, I'm not going to tell a fan how to fan. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to tell a Christmas celebrator how to celebrate or remove it. But for me, I don't feel the urge to keep it up until the middle of January just because someone told me I have to.
Because that old tradition your grandma used to do?
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, I don't know. I just don't care about it all that much.
Yeah, Debbie's texting in and said, go the first week of Christmas, which is actually the end of the 12 days of Christmas. That'll get you to about January 6th. So you have until then to get it done. Other texters are saying, nope, New Year's Day, I'm off work. It all comes down.
Bingo.
From the house.
See, because for me, it's about a convenience factor.
Of like when you have the time.
I've got a Saturday or a Sunday right after Christmas where I can get this done. Why don't I just go do it?
Okay.
And then I can spend my other Saturdays and Sundays doing other things. If you want to leave them up, great. That's fine. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I do feel like, and this was actually a discussion I heard on ESPN radio driving to the gym this morning. They were talking like, somebody's like, does anybody notice that there's no such thing as like a winter movie? It's just Christmas movies.
Yeah.
So once Christmas is over, I feel like the mood and the vibe just shifts ahead.
It's all done.
Christmas season and spirit doesn't linger for a lot of people. And I think that participates or contributes to people being like, okay, like I don't need to keep turning the lights on and the moving reindeer and all the inflatables in the yard and all that. Now those are outdoor versus indoor. And I don't know, do you have a real tree or a fake tree? Fake tree.
We're real tree folks.
Yeah. Well, real tree, leaving it up, you got to keep watering it.
Yeah.
You got to worry about more pine needles.
I know.
You got to do all that stuff. Fake tree, it's like, okay, stock show.
Get the box out. Throw
Sure,
it in,
right?
Yeah.
It takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So a lot of things go into it.
All right. Well, we're going stock show at my house, but again, to each their
There
own.
it is. Richie, you're a loser. Stock show is a staple of Colorado tradition. You suck.
You
I knew it.
You knew it was
I
coming,
made it almost there without getting exposed.
Oh, that's hilarious. You can't please everybody, Richie. You know how that goes. All right, and then before we dive back into Joker, I got to ask you this. Are you a Stranger Things type of fella?
I was for the first 2 seasons, and then I just...
See, because I just started like a month ago.
Yeah.
And I binge watched everything. I'm caught up. The last episode's going to come out tomorrow. I got a quick theory I'd like to share with folks.
Okay.
You're going to be out, but number 8, so number 11, Elle, she's crazy with all the powers. I'm not spoiling it. I guess I maybe haven't watched it, but they then find number 8, her sister that also had experiment. Now she's back. Number 8 is a bad person. Number 8 is working with Vecna. And Vecna and number 8 are going to try to kill Elle at the end of this episode.
You've put it out into the ether, so now you haven't seen it.
Nobody has. It's not out yet.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's
Okay,
out
yeah.
tomorrow.
So
this is just my theory.
This is just a legit prediction now.
Yeah.
So, I liked Stranger Things, but I got to be honest. I think this is a bigger...
That's my mile-high moment for Stranger
Things. That's my mile-high moment.
Thank you, Kevin.
I got to be honest, and this is not a Stranger Things issue alone. This is like TV in general. If you're going to make me wait 4 years for the next season of a TV show, I'm going to show you that I can find other things that I'm interested in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like those kids are like 35 years old now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
they're like all married with children of their own.
Right, and half of them like are dating each other.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know. And like the House of Dragon was like this, and you know, certain shows like that where it's like you used to just get new TV shows every year. And it was fine, and everybody loved it. And now it's like I have to go through a major life phase between seasons 3 and 4 of a show that I started watching when I was a freshman in college, and I'm now like getting married.
It does take way too long. But there's my theory as to what's going to go down. I'll tweet about it if I was right, and I'll burn this tape if I was wrong. It is KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. All right, Richie, the theme throughout the day, well, fun theme has been the fantasy football punishment. You guys absolutely crushed that today on the Ramos.com
Made me feel a little bit.
text
Some
line.
of them made me feel a little bit better about the dog collar.
Some of them you're like, that's not that bad.
Yeah.
I'll just take the dog collar.
Yeah, having to pose for like a ESPN The Body issue photo
I
shoot.
kind of like that one.
No, I like it unless I'm the one like this year that's got to friggin' do it.
You're the naked tennis poser doing this?
Yeah, I get the tennis poses. I need to know what I'm gonna like. Maybe I shouldn't on a work computer. What is a tennis pose?
I'm just assuming like ball. You're about to serve. I don't know. That's what my brain went to. But
Like-
I'm an idiot.
Yeah, like. Or like, are you serving?
That's what I
So
mean. Serve,
You're
'cause you're
very
getting
you're
everything.
very elongated.
Yeah.
There's no shadows in that photo.
Great stuff. You guys crushed it with your fantasy football punishments. Congrats to all the winners today, and sucks to be all the losers that are going to have to do that weird stuff with their friends watching and then probably get posted about it on the internet. As the drive is sliding in here, Zach Bye, Philip Lindsay. Phil, we spent a ton of the day, and I know you guys are going to do the same, talking about the Nikola Jokic injury, him going down.
Yeah.
What's the moment like? Because we both said it, and you're a couple years into this, so you're not new to this, but you were all fans, and then this job turns into a job.
For sure.
And you can feel some of the job stuff of it. Last night when that happened, I was no longer a radio host. I was a concerned citizen of Nuggets Nation. I was a worried fan, and then I became the Google king of the world, finding any doctor that would tell me anything about a knee on the internet.
Yeah, you can't do that. I tell my wife all the time when
That's
our
all
kids
I
get
did
sick,
last night, till
stay
2
away from
a.m.
Google. Stay off of Google. I used to do it too when I would have an injury or feel some type of way. I definitely would like start Googling what's going on with me, and then it says, hey, like